public, I declare the Ordinary Council meeting on the 29th of November 2023 open at 5:30 p.m. Will you please stand? I wish to acknowledge the Gadigal people as the traditional custodians of the land that we're meeting on and recognise their strength, resilience and pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Also like to thank Ricardo, a friend of the town, for joining us in the Gadigal this morning, this afternoon. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you, please sit. Thank you. Item number 3, recording of attendance. This meeting is being live streamed and audio recorded to facilitate community participation for minute-taking purposes, which may release upon request to third parties. In accordance with Clause 616 of the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders, Local Laws 2014, members of the public are not permitted to use any visual, audio, electronic device or instrument to record the proceeding of any meeting unless that person has been given permission to do so by the presiding member. Members of the public are also reminded that in accordance with Clause 617-4, standing orders, mobile phones must be switched off and not be used during the meeting. 3.1 attendance. I note that not all councillors are present this evening. Councillor Urquhart will join us by video link and Councillor Bennett is on approved leave of absence. Councillor Urquhart, can you hear me okay? Yeah, great, thank you. The attendance will also be listed under 3.1 of the minutes. So 3.2, attendance by telephone, instantaneous communication, Councillor Urquhart is there. 3.3, apologies, there is nil. 3.4, approved leave of absence. CEO, do you have any approved leave of absence at all?
We have none, but we have one at item 4, Mr Mayor, for Council to approve, and that relates to tonight's meeting.
Okay, that's 3.5. Okay, yep, thank you. Okay. 3.5, disclosure of interest. CEO, do you have any disclosures of interest at all?
Mr Mayor, I've received one from the Director Infrastructure in relation to item 12.3.2. She is a member of the VMR and has declared an impartiality interest.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Item number 4, applications for approved leave of absence. CEO, do you have any application for approved leave of absence?
Just the one in front of you in the agenda, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Bennett. Can I have a mover, please, for Councillor Bennett? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. May I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rents, thank you. Is anyone against that motion? Motion's passed. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, response to previous questions. 5.1, response to previous questions at the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 1st of November 2023 have been provided to individuals and are detailed within the agenda. Okay, just before I go on to item number 6, public time, I'd just like to acknowledge tonight that Councillor Urquhart is this last council meeting with the town of Port Hedland. His commitment for running for council and to hold the role as elected member, I would like to acknowledge Councillor Urquhart's contribution and say thank you for his time and effort. Thank you, Councillor Urquhart.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Now, also, look, as the Mayor, I'm open tonight's meeting to share some words with my fellow councillors, staff and the wider community. It's important to me to share these comments tonight, as there's been a lot of conversation in the community and on social media. Much of the conversation has been sparked on an item which is on tonight's agenda, which greatly disappoints me. But being Mayor is not an easy job, as I'm sure Councillor Blanco well knows. The Mayor, you need to have thick skin, and people will be entitled to all sorts of comments about as a person. Criticising is easy, leading forward is a challenge, but the sacrifice I gladly made because I care about the future of this community. I stood for Mayor because I believe I can make a difference. I felt understood what the Hedland needed and what it wanted, and I could see the potential of this amazing town of ours. Hedland needs someone who cares about its future. The community has decided I was the right person for the job. And let me be clear, the community had a choice. We have a democracy in our town. Since they're elected, I've been firmly focused on building a positive future for Hedland. I wake up every morning and thank the universe that I have the greatest opportunity to work with a bunch of really smart, intelligent people in this chamber, and it's something I'm very, very proud of. When I think about what Hedland could be and what it'd be like in 10 years from now and what I imagine the city of Hedland. I imagine a city of education options so people don't leave town. A city where everything you need is right here. Childcare, healthcare, recreation. I imagine a city that all else livability. A city where people want to live, work and play. How great would that be? We can achieve this if we work together. I am immensely disappointed that the motion of the vote of no confidence in my leadership is on tonight's agenda. I will not be defensive because it's a democracy. As councillors, you have the right to share your views and always take your feedback from you as you are a team. But we need to work as a team. Mostly, I'm disappointed that councillors decide to use this best way to raise their concern. They choose this even though we're aware that a vote of no confidence has no consequences aside one. The only consequence is that happens that it impacts on the town's reputation. I'm disappointed that the motion has been brought forward rather than being raised with me directly and the solution worked out collaboratively. I want to remind you that the comments made by Mr. Michael, he only shared a media that was urging us to work together and put our personal differences aside. He used the example of a cricket team. He said, it's like leading a cricket team out on the pitch. Sure, you can get frustrated, but in the dressing room, we work it out and we come together as a team. Our community is looking for leadership and direction. We have an opportunity to make a positive change to this amazing town, but I can't do it alone. If we work together, we will come together, we will build together. There is no other way that this town will have its future that it deserves. So let's focus on what is important, the future of Port Hedland and its amazing future, not the past. Thank you. Item number 6, public time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of council in regard to on tonight's agenda and business of local government. Clause 6.7-3 of the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Laws requires members of the public wishing to ask questions to complete the question form and place the completed form in the tray provided. If myself as a party member determines that questions and statements are out of order due to offensive or objectionable expression or defamatory, they will not be reconsidered, recorded, nor responded to. 6.1 public question time. I declare public question time open at 5:38 p.m. Mr. CEO, do you have any questions at all?
I've not received any, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Members of the public, do you have any questions at all you'd like to come forward? Yes, Julie, please come forward, please. State your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Julie Arif, 118 Sutherland Street, Port Hedland. With regard to item 12.3.2, lots 55, 56 and 57 Mackay Street, proposed change of the town's heritage inventory. Mr. Mayor, as part of the submission to have the heritage status of the old school downgraded, the VMR submitted an inspection report that was conducted by AIE Construction and Engineering, who also own a building on a heritage site in Port Hedland, and as such may benefit from any decision made by the council based on this report. Can you please tell me if this company has declared a conflict of interest?
Not aware of that, Julie, sorry, no.
So, therefore, should this document not be considered at all when the councillors are making their decision tonight, as it could be very biased due to the author's potential benefit in the future, and if the precedent is set to downgrade buildings on the heritage inventory? So the question is, should this document not be considered as it has very real bias.
Yeah, it's a matter for council to consider tonight. Thank you, Julie. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have any more public questions at all? Yes, Gloria, please come forward, state your name, address, for the record, please. Thank you.
Gloria Jacobs, 76 Sutherland Street, Port Hedland. I do have 3 questions, Mr. Mayor, if the council pleases.
Yes.
Thank you. Happy to take this first question on notice. I'm asking it on behalf of a local resident that has large connection to and also wishes access to the coast. In 2013, the town of Port Hedland, along with other key stakeholders, including the WA Department of Planning and Landcorp, who are now known as Development WA, convened monthly meetings of the Coastal Foreshore Management Working Group. One of the group's key focus area was remote coastal access and identifying funding for the same to stimulate tourism and also for the local community to enjoy, among other reasons. Can the town please confirm if it has identified these locations to formalise coastal access in its master planning? And if so, what is the progress on this?
See, just let me check for you. I might pass it on to Director Craig.
Through the chair,
Yep.
we'll have to take that one on notice, please.
Okay, I'll take that on notice for you, Gloria. We'll get back to you. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, my second question relates to the just recent announcement that Councillor David Eckhart will, tonight being his last council meeting. There has been widespread whispers about Councillor Eckhart's resignation. Given that the resignation is now confirmed, can Council please advise what consideration it will give to fill the vacancy?
Yeah, okay. So we have a report coming to council in the next council meeting and that will be decided.
Sorry, so it will be public?
Yes, it will be in
knowledge
the next agenda item on December the 13th council meeting. Yes. It will be
Correct,
decided.
thanks. So given then the decision will be made in December, is Council able to confirm what the cost of the election just recently held last month was to ratepayers? And if that cost is in excess of $70,000 to hold an election?
I think, yeah, I'm not sure of the exact figures. We might need to take that on notice. There was an estimate originally provided, but then it's generally followed up with a confirmation of cost, but it was certainly in that order. But happy to respond to you once we've been able to verify that with the Electoral Commission.
Correct. So, thank you. I have a statement to make, so I'll
Okay, we'll
reserve
do that
that
at the
for
same
later.
time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure, Councillor Blanco.
Thanks. The coastal access, I'm interested in that too. Do you know where they're talking about? Is it through station or is it through stations?
It will be through pastoral leases.
Okay, that's great.
And there has also been obviously mining tenements that have occurred since then, which have restricted access to the coastline.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Gloria. Thank you. Do we have any more public questions at all? Yes, can you please come forward, state your name and address for record, please? Thank you.
Hi, Marion Browning, 233 Collier Drive, South Hedland. My questions are relating to the last time I was standing here in regards to the alleged brothel at 5 Gibson Close. Could put my eyes on. Okay, so through the chair and probably to all the members sitting there, are you able to tell me, are brothels illegal in residential areas in WA?
That item will be up on the agenda tonight, so we'll discuss that tonight. So next question.
Oh, So you're going to actually answer that question?
Tonight, we'll go
Yeah,
to agenda
okay.
tonight, yes.
Okay, so I asked the Mayor on the 1st of November 3 questions in summary. It was about the Mayor's approval of the media release that all councillors were given all the information to be able to make an informed decision. I've since spoken to a third council member who advised that they'd also had not received or seen the evidence that I had provided on that night, in particular the email correspondence between the Town of Port Hedland and the complaint person. So my question is, why is it stated in the Northwest Telegraph that they were provided with all the evidence?
I'm not 100% certain on that. CEO, do you want to?
The director might be
Okay,
able to advise.
to answer.
Through the chair, as has been detailed in the report, there was information that
Yeah, you need to speak into the microphone, sorry. It
through
is
the
really
chair.
hard.
Sorry, George.
Alright, through the chair. The report that went up to the August council meeting, with the agenda settlement meeting prior to that, there was discussion in relation to potential for prostitution. We did receive one objection at the time from an adjoining resident or resident of the area. They subsequently provided a screenshot of a website which had no linkage that we could find or determine to the home occupation at 5 Gibson. Therefore, that was not provided at the night because it did not confirm that a prostitution activity was occurring. It had no linkage to any property. It didn't have an address or a phone number that was allied or linked to that development application. Subsequently, it was not provided to councillors because it could be any place within Port Hedland or South Hedland or anywhere in WA. It wasn't deemed to be of value to add to the report by the staff members, and hence wasn't provided to councillors. Since that time, we've had a number of questions and statements from the public where further information has been provided, including screenshots of text messages, newspaper advertising and the like, which has been forwarded to the council solicitors for their advice in terms of taking action, again, which is part of the council report that's becoming to be discussed later on tonight.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you.
Okay, so at the meeting, you're speaking about what I provided to the new and incoming and current members of the council, a copy of the overwhelming evidence that I had collated myself, which brings me to the minutes of the November 1 meeting, where there's an extract from page 8, where it says, any other members of the public have evidence which directly links this premises to a legal activity of breach of the development approval conditions. These can be submitted to the town's Regulatory Services Division for further investigation with the evidence that I've provided to you at the last meeting. So my question is, and obviously you've got you're getting legal advice, so this could be a part of that. Have you referred all the overwhelming evidence to the Town Regulatory Services Division for further investigation? If not, why?
Correct. That's it.
So through the chair, the SMS screenshots, which were provided by Councillor Blanco prior to the election, which I think was the meeting prior to the meeting that you provided those at, as well as the advertising, I think it was a photo of advertising in the local paper, were both provided to the solicitors to provide advice to the town in terms of whether that information was sufficient to either withdraw the development approval or commence potential legal action against the proprietor. Again, that is covered within the report that will be discussed later on tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. Thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any more public questions at all? Yes, please come forward, state your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Gillian Fisher. I'm from 3 Mitchie present in South Hedland. Had to think about that. Do you mind if I approach the bench? The bench.
Yes,
Sorry.
certainly. Yes, that's it. Yes. Okay, all right.
With the recent spate of break-ins in Wedgfield that we've had lately, I've done a bit of sticky beaking into surveillance cameras in the area. I've, just for members of the public, I've just given the mob, this is a quick, actually Google map of where the surveillance cameras are for the town, and they're mostly in yellow around the bottom. So this is the wheelbarrow at the bottom of, this is Wedgfield obviously. My question is tonight, can you tell me how are the locations of the surveillance cameras actually decided? And I've looked through your policy here on camera locations to get the list of where they are all around town. So I've got my addresses right. So the ones in yellow at the bottom of your thing, they're actually ones off your list. I've also added ones in red, which, because at the moment we've only got surveillance cameras on one end of Wedgfield, and it's really frustrating for the people that are in, you know, the northern end, I suppose, whatever you call it, bordering on, you know, Moranbine and out that way, that when they do get stolen vehicles, they can just get onto the Great Northern Highway, bang, either go Broome or south or wherever.
So just to clarify, so the red dots you want, is that where you want cameras?
Well, the red dots are my suggestions.
Oh,
That's why
okay.
I want to find out how these are actually decided and how they're decided and why we don't sort of have any in those broader locations. They just seem to be very concentrated.
Sure, yeah, I'll ask Craig, Director of the area. Yeah.
Generally, cameras are there for protection of town assets. They're not a general surveillance for other people's assets in the town. We do have some in the town centre around the public area. We also have them in some parks. We have them in some of our facilities. So that's generally how that's been rolled out. I would say that we work closely with the police also to identify areas where they believe it would be useful for them to have a camera, and that's generally in areas of public, generally in public areas, so town centres, some of the main areas.
Okay, I understand the reason for the depot one, possibly in Casuarina/Harwell. I'm not quite sure about Tailings or Tailings Elbow, Phosphorus Way, and also Steel Loop. I'm not sure where the actual coordinates are. Don't sort of match up to anywhere apart from the Casuarina one that you could possibly see that direction. The other ones don't seem to line up with just what you've said then. I'm not questioning that, but I think we really need to expand these to actually ones, because at the moment they're just concentrated on one end of Wedgfield. They seem to be at quite specific areas, which I don't understand why they are. They should be more open so they can surveil more. And really, when you get a vehicle that's lost out of whether it's Moranbine or around that area, it's gone. As soon as it's out on the highway, we don't have any tracker of it then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll certainly take that and work a way we can get some more cameras in the area. Yeah.
Okay. And I have one more question. Sorry.
Yeah, sure, it's okay.
That was, I think I used up my 3 with that, but I've just got one with reading on page 33 of tonight's agenda, which I didn't bring my own. Oh yes, I did. It says, and this is for, as part of the 2023-24 original budget, Council adopted the following thresholds as levels of material variances for financial reporting. So this is on page 23. It's the first dot point if you want to look through the agenda. And the first dot point says a variance of 10% or 50,000, whichever is greater, of the year-to-date budget of operational and capital expenditure requires explanation. Can you just define that and tell me, does that mean 10% of the total budget overall, or is that 10% of each line item in the operational and capital expenditure budget?
Yeah, I might just pass it on to the finance guys. Steve, would you like to answer that for us?
Thank you. Through the chair, it would mean 10%, whether it is the actual compared to the budget progressive year to date, and it's done at a line item level. That's a category, not so much individual singular line items. So how the statements are put together, categorised in the financial statements.
Okay, so evening out over that, if you've got, you know, something that's only 5%, if the averages comes out at, you know, 8% or whatever, but there's a massive thing that sort of kicks it out, but the averages don't show that, will that ever be looked at or not?
It'd be the line item or the category line item itself that would be greater than the 10% or the 50,000. So that would disclose. The ones underneath that, not necessarily.
Okay. All good. Thank you for your help, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more public questions at all? Yes. Ms. Gillingham, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity. I'd first like to say, just with a farewell to Councillor David Eckhart. It's been a pleasure next to him over the last 2 years, with him being on council, and just see him on the screen there. Just want to say that it's sad to see you go. We do wish you all the best in your next ventures, and I'm sure you'll all keep in contact with us. So a big wave from myself. Thank you. Just like to say just a few questions. I'm Jan Gillingham, 3 Simmons Street, Port Hedland. As a board member of the Port Hedland Primary School, the recent vandalism at the Port Hedland Primary School is just absolutely amazing. If I was able to show you photographs of what has been happened this week. So what I want to ask is, because the school is right next to Colin Matheson Oval with buildings which belong to the town of Port Hedland, I don't know what the CCTV camera is in that area, but could it please be looked into that if there's no CCTV cameras there, could they please be looked into, and could there be more in that area, because it's absolutely incredible the damage which has been done. So my question is, number one is that could we please look into more CCTV cameras in these areas where there's a lot of people play after hours, and you know and it's right next to a school. Yeah, thank you.
Really glad to answer that for us.
Happy to have a look. We're actually going to do a review of the CCTV system in the new year. That we generally do not have CCTV, our cameras in the schools, because the education department is not happy with that. So, but I'm pretty sure that we have cameras in that area. I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
If I may answer, Director, the committee meeting we had 2 evenings on Monday evening was that they were very happy for me to ask this question at the table. They would like to put in CCTV cameras themselves. As you know, it's such a big, costly event to do that. Luckily, they had the silent siren, which actually went to the education department in Perth, which immediately alerted the police up here, which were absolutely amazing. And they did. The children actually were caught because they didn't realise they didn't hear anything. Is that a good thing? But also, that's something I think are conversations which really need to happen. Please, thank you.
Happy to reach out to the
with that
school.
question. Thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sio.
Thank you.
Also, regarding the item tonight with Gibson Close, the massage parlour, my question has not been answered as per the last OCM meeting. When will it be answered correctly? That when I was a previous councillor and other councillors up to the 21st of October, and also in the time I was a councillor, I stated truthfully on the night of this meeting that I did not receive all information with regard to this item which is coming tonight, and I'm still waiting to receive the correct answer. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to answer that one, Craig, or you? Oh, so we'll deal with that on the later on in the agenda item.
To deal with that later on, but I can provide a separate answer. Take it on notice.
Okay, yeah, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
My final question is regarding the Pilbara Music Festival Committee, who would like to have a conversation to revisit the conversations with the town of Port Hedland in helping to locate in a suitable area a glass cabinet to display all their trophies, since the festival has been in operation since 1976, and they would fit into a cabinet which is just outside, the same as that there. I will say more in my public statement time, because I didn't want to sort of crowd it there, but really we have had a conversation with Mr. David Snyder during the Music Festival week, and we had an amazing conversation with what we could do going forward. This has been mentioned to him. I have sent an email, but I want to know that can we please have that conversation to move forward.
Yeah, we'll certainly do that for you, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jack.
Much appreciated.
Thank you. Do we have any more public questions at all? Okay, I will close public question time at 6 p.m. Okay, 6.2, public statement time. I declare public statement time open at 2 minutes past 6. Do you have any more public statements at all? Yes, Julie. Thank you, Julie. Just come forward, so your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Julie Arif, 118 Sutherland Street, Port Hedland. Good evening, Mayor and councillors and staff. I wish to speak tonight on item 12.3.2, lots 55, 56, 57 Mackay Street, proposed change of town's heritage inventory. Just 2 councillors sitting around the table have multi-generational history with the town, with most councillors being first-generation Port Hedlanders, and little or no connection to the town's history. That these councillors are representatives of the community that you now stand up for. You're not representing the past as well. Port Hedland councillors should look to the past as well as look to the future. And Mr Mayor, you made your statement about looking to the future and not looking back. Yes, you do need to look back. We have 127 years of history. You do need to look back. I strongly oppose any downgrading of the heritage status of this building, as it will ultimately lead to the demolition and devastating loss of another piece of Port Hedland's long and interesting history. Currently, on our heritage inventory, B-grade status buildings, we have many sites that were once held historic buildings that are now gone. To list a few: the old post office, the Road Board building, Picture Gardens, Dempster's store, Kramery's billiard saloon, the Tamarind Tree, the most recent loss, St Cecilia's Catholic Church, the original one, Port Hedland Railway Station, East End store, and the list goes on and on and on. We have very little of our history left. The Heritage Trail that is promoted on our sites to our tourists say site of. So they're just going and looking at actually nothing. That is sad for our town, that we have so little of our history to show off to visitors and to educate our children about the history of our town. The former Port Hedland State School is 117 years old, and just one of 4 buildings of this era. It is vitally important that the building is preserved and conserved. The other 3 buildings, built in the same decade, have all had extensive preservation and are now proud buildings in the West End. Dalgety House Museum, the Esplanade Hotel, and the Medical Officers' House, or the hospital, now Dome. When looking at many of the submissions, they mention public safety as a concern. Yet, the submissions are not concerned with the safety of the VMR members who use it every day. Perhaps if the writers of these submissions were so concerned about the safety of the public, they should be petitioning the VMR to get out of the building for their own safety. And the building should be vacated immediately, which would sadly leave the VMR without a safe training space. This agenda item is about downgrading the status of the building on the Town of Port Hedland Heritage Inventory. Yet so many of the submissions totally omit relevant information about heritage and history and just focus on the structural report. The VMR commissioned a heritage assessment and heritage impact statement by Hocking Heritage and Architecture, which, for the most part, wholeheartedly agreed that the building met most of the criteria to be deemed a building of cultural heritage significance to Port Hedland and the Pilbara. The VMR also commissioned the structural condition report by AIE Construction, and upon reading it, the report itself has many gaps in it. The engineer's report of 2020 mentions some defects with timeframes for repairs that was to be done to the building. But in the latest engineer's report of 2023, just this year, there was no mention of this ever happening. Was the most recent maintenance deliberately omitted, or was it even done? If it was done, why was it not included in the report? The AIE Construction Engineering Construction Management Report was not conducted by a qualified heritage structural engineer with proven experience in similar heritage-listed constructions. Please, councillors, I urge you to vote with the officer's recommendation not to support the downgrading. Should you vote against this, you will always be known as not caring for the heritage and history of the town you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Do we have any more public statements at all? Yes, please come forward, state your name. Oh, sorry. Okay, you first. Okay, that's fine. It's okay.
Mine's really quick, believe it or not.
Okay.
Okay. Take 2, Marion Browning, 233 Collier Drive, South Hedland. So my statement tonight is for a follow-up in regards to the motion to vote against or to revoke the application for 5 Gibson Close. I would hope that you've all received that you reviewed the evidence I provided you at the OCM on the 1st of November. I'm not saying that I want the business to close completely, because I do believe there is probably a service for that here, and I believe that it would be a far safer environment for anyone who would like to use that service. So close the business completely, only that the town of Port Hedland are abiding by the law, and it is not in a residential area, and an area that is legal. Because if you don't, you're effectively asking the members of the public to do their own investigation and putting those members of the public at risk and in a predicament of taking the matter into their own hands. So, when it comes to voting on the motion tonight, with what I've provided you, I hope that what I've provided you helps you to make the right decision. knowing that they have failed to comply on the recommended conditions of the approval under the town's local planning scheme, number 7, and vote yes to revoking this decision, as we do not want alleged brothels in residential areas in the town of Port Hedland, as it is first and foremost, it is illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public statements? Yes, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Brian Richardson, 80 Styles Road, Port Hedland. And I'm here just to talk about the first primary school in Port Hedland in Mackay Street. And the retaining of its current B category rating, heritage rating. So tonight, councillors, you will decide the fate of one of the oldest, and in my opinion, one of the most important remaining heritage listed buildings in Port Hedland, the former State School in Mackay Street. Hedland has very few truly historic buildings, as Julie said, and this one must be saved from demolition and eventually be restored, then repurposed, so that it can once again make a significant contribution to the historic character and streetscape of the town. Tonight, I feel I am the self-appointed representative of the silent majority. All the past students and descendants of past students that are still living in Port Hedland. These numbers, I don't know what the number is, but it must be in the hundreds or maybe in the thousands of people who have gone through that school and descendants of those people. I was a student of the school in the 60s, my 3 siblings in the 50s, and my father in the 20s. The school was first built in 1906, as Julie said, and is one of the oldest surviving buildings in town. It has a long and important history, and when it first opened, it had 14 students, with numbers steadily growing as the town grew. There are many interesting stories and anecdotes about this school, but I'll just mention a couple. Probably the first recorded strike to occur in the Pilbara took place in this tiny school. Around 1907, in the second summer of its existence, parents refused to send their children to school because of the extreme heat in the classroom in summer. The room was so hot that students couldn't concentrate on learning. The building had been designed with the windows really high on the wall so that students wouldn't be distracted with what was going on outside. And so this meant in this crowded classroom, there was no breeze at all. And so after a few weeks of negotiations of the parents and the children with the Department of Education, I suppose, the strike came to an end and the powers that be lowered the windows, so at least the children got some breeze, and then they put a veranda around the whole building so that the walls were shaded from the sun. And another interesting story occurred in 1960. 12 kids from the Pindan mob started year 1 at the Port Hedland Primary. These were some of the children of the Aboriginal families that walked off the stations in 1946, in the 1946 strike, and had come to town to be educated. They lived at the 2 Mile Camp, which is really where Nelson Point is today, and they went to a staging school at the nearby Loco Shed, where they were taught the 3 R's and a lot more by Miss Sally Gare. these children had lived in the bush for a long time after the strike. They lived in small communities. A lot of them couldn't speak English, but their leaders wanted them to be educated, so they came into Headland. And they set up, and this school was set up. And some of these children were in the class. I mean, I was only in year one, so I can't remember much, but I grew up with a lot of these children. And what is really important is the fact that a number of these children, or the people, adults now, still live in Port Hedland and play a very important part in the community. And they obviously are very interested in the history and preserving of this school. So events like the two that I've just described cannot be portrayed by some faded photo on a rusty street side plaque, as many things are in town at the moment. They deserve to be told in a restored building where they occurred, where people reading the story and looking at the pictures can appreciate how things were, and particularly what the Pindan kids experienced on their first day at main school. So I brought along a couple of props tonight. This book here is the history of the Port Hedland Primary School, and the thickness of the book gives you some indication of the length of the history of this school. I'm surprised at the number of people that didn't realise that that school and that building in Mackay Street was actually the old school. And then I bought another book, Outback Teacher by Sally Gare, who talks about the school that she set up, teaching the Pindan mob kids, and a really interesting read. And she was up here last year. She came up and gave us a presentation out of the library and showed quite a few photos from days gone by. So people ask me, what's the point of preserving this old building? And I just say to those people, next time you go down to Dome and sit on the veranda at the front and watch the boats go by, just remember that building too could have been demolished had it been not refurbished and repurposed by Dome. And so Dome could have been just a shiny new building with no history or heritage or character. And so we don't want to see that at the old school. And then people say, what's going to happen, or what will you do with the building if it's not demolished? And I'd just like to say that, we're obviously our first battle is to save the school, and then we'll worry about the other battles down the track. But I'd just like to use that quote, build it and they will come. It comes from some movie somewhere. I think, and just a quick word about the sea rescue, and obviously hopefully nobody needs to be rescued tonight because there's quite a few here. I think nearly everyone agrees, and particularly in the Historical Society, which I'm a member, and we've got our president and executive here, and vice president. We all realise the sea rescue is an incredibly important service in Port Hedland, and we very strongly support their application for more suitable land closer to the marina, where their response time is a lot less than driving all the way from Mackay Street. So I hope that the council and other government authorities back their proposal for a new block of land on the hill at Sutherland Street. And so I plead with the councillors on behalf of the silent majority not to allow this building to go the way of so many others, all victims of demolition by neglect. The attitude up here, unfortunately, has been if you leave a heritage building long enough and not do anything, it'll fall down. And that's really the way the old school was going. What I'm asking is that the council retains the B category rating so as to allow the building to be restored and eventually repurposed so that everyone can appreciate and enjoy the old school for generations to come. I would just like to finish up by quoting from a letter the Port Hedland Historical Society received at the opening of the Dalgety House Museum, another heritage building saved from demolition. This is now a quote. It is fundamentally important that Australians have the opportunity to appreciate and be stimulated by our history and heritage. The Dalgety House Museum, appropriately housed in one of the Pilbara region's most historic buildings, is an excellent vehicle to showcase the history and cultural heritage of the Port Hedland region. Signed, John Howard, Prime Minister of Australia. Maybe Albo will send us a letter when the old school reopens. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Thank you. Do we have any more statements at all? Yes, Gloria, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Geez, Ben, you nearly made me cry then. Gloria Jacob, 76 Sutherland Street, Port Hedland. I'm just making a statement. I almost feel like I should talk to that item, but I won't, because the two people before me were so passionate and so eloquently told their stories. But I am here as the chairperson of Rose Nowers, and also as the secretary of the Pilbara Pride Festival, part of the management committee. So firstly, I'd like to thank the town on behalf of both of those positions for their commitment to both organisations. But in particular, let me talk about Rose Nowers first, and just say that Rose Nowers Childcare Centre has been in service to the families and children of the town of Port Hedland for over 34 years. And in essence, we understand, as you, the councillors and the town understands, the critical need for childcare in the community right now. It perfectly aligns with the town's focus on housing and childcare, and I just wanted to make a statement to say that there is a Rose Nowers expansion project on the table, which has been worked on for the last 24 months nearly, and has been in discussion for the last 12 months with the town of Port Hedland. I'd like to implore the town, especially the new councillors who may not have heard of the project, I'd like to just table that there is an expansion project for Rose Nowers Early Learning Centre, which operates out of a town-owned building, which will increase its current capacity from 43 places to 134 places. So that's putting in 90 odd extra childcare places for the town of Port Hedland, and that will therefore allow workforce to return and be productive in our community. It will also help small business and other industries to attract workforce to the community. The project will be presented to you. I hope you all view it favourably, and I hope you support the officers who have been really kindly working with the organisation. So I'm just tabling it here so that there's no surprises, and the existing councillors and the mayor and the former deputy mayor are aware of the project, as is Councillor Eckhart over there in Digital Land. So that I just wanted to table that and bring it out for your awareness. Secondly, the Pilbara Pride Festival, which had its inaugural week-long festival in June this year. It is the first regional Pride Parade that is held in West Australian regional towns. So thank you again to the town for partnering with Flags Plus, which is an organisation that represents the gays, lesbians, the allies, the bi, and queers and non-gender folk. So this organisation has been operating in the town of Port Hedland since 2011, and in its future now, is to make the Pilbara Pride Festival a destination for tourism for other communities, but also not only statewide, but national. So we're hoping that the town will jump on board again and be a partner as other stakeholders, in particular BHP, who have committed to partnering it this year. So we hope all of those. I just wanted to table it nice and early because you'll be hearing from us in the new year, coming to you and talking to you about the project. So thank you very much for allowing me to table those two. And finally, in closing, I'd like to ask administration and council to consider the options when you do make that decision as to how to fill the vacancy for the which is affected by the resignation of Councillor Eckhart. The cost to the town and the ratepayers in essence is a substantial cost. And when we have only recently had an election in the last month, do we see value in asking the minister or asking if there is any ministerial discretion in appointing the infill candidates from the elections just held last month. So that's the only other statement I would make, that council consider the cost involved with any decisions it makes for the December. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gloria. Do we have any more public statements at all? Yes, can you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Doris Kohler, 46 Amor Street, Port Hedland. My statement is with the downgrading about the Heritage Building in Mackay Street. Just having a look on Google, what you nowadays do, you get, according to the UNESCO, heritage is our legacy from the past, what we live with today, and what we pass on to the future generations. Our cultural and natural heritage are both irreplaceable sources of life and inspiration. I'm pretty sure that the first state school in Port Hedland is a cultural heritage building to be looked after and pass on to the future generation. When you look into the heritage inventory from 2017, it's marked as a Grade B. Grade B means considerable significance, which means it's very important to the heritage of the locality, and therefore the conservation of the place is highly desirable. So when it's coming, there is still further advice what it's going on when it's in a Grade B. When it's coming to the preservation, there is even mentioned that if you are on this, or if you are living in this building, that you have a possibility of funding. And funding through Lottery West, conservation funding, and then you need a management plan for your conservation and so on. My question is, why hadn't been anything done in this perspective? Because the town of Port Hedland were in charge since 1992, and then since 2005, it was handed over to the Port Hedland Sea Rescue. So it would be, and then in this implications about the planning, it's mentioned that you should take photos and to show off the state of the building. It would be really interesting to see photos at the time when the building was handed over to the rescue. Because in the 2017 Heritage Inventory, it's already rated as condition poor. So what happened in between this time? Why didn't anyone felt responsible to try to retain and conserve the place as recommended in the heritage inventory? When I take on an old house, I always would make sure that there is a contract explaining the conditions in this partnership about the upgrade of the building in the future. Or was it already commissioned that at the end of the day it will be demolished? Since I came through Port Hedland the first time in 2001, I realized that a lot of the old buildings in the West End were gone, and somehow it started to lose the character of a pioneering town of the northwest of WA. But isn't that the connection between the community and the place you are living? Not everyone is coming here and leaving after making enough money. To settle somewhere, I reckon it's important to know the history and heritage of the place, to connect with the place and make it your place as well. Unfortunately, it seems as if there is no respect for the ancestors anymore. The people who came here at the end of the 1800s and took a lot of unknown risks to settle down and pioneer the area. Can you imagine how hard it must have been for the families to survive? And if they didn't stay, there wouldn't be anything like Port Hedland at all. Because without the already existing infrastructure, the mining industry would be settled either to the north or south of this place. So it's important to keep the historical buildings from the beginning of the town and conserve them for the next generations to come. To tell the whole story of Port Hedland, starting with Lars Peter Hedlund and his mystery. 2, lately there is always the talk about making the town more attractive to tourists. And I'm pretty sure tourists like to get to know the whole story of the town, not just about the last 60 years. What gets me every time there is a decision about some places in town to make? The community only gets to know about it when the decision is already made by the people in charge. We get a development presented and haven't got hardly any chance to put our thoughts in. At the end, we, as the community and ratepayers, only get involved because legally we have to. So by the time you read this tiny little ad in a paper, which you never get, the paper, and you'll have to pay for it if you want to read it online, there are only a couple of days left before you'll have to put your submission in. And of course, people are working and haven't got enough time to write a submission within a couple of days. So by the end, the people in charge then say, well, there's nothing against the project from the community, and we can get ahead with the project. By the way, putting it up onto the Town of Port Hedland website doesn't make it easy to access either. The site is so slow, and the arrangement to find what you are looking for very confusing. Facebook isn't helpful either, because not everyone is on Facebook. So it would be good, like in the old times for the future, it would be good that by the time a project is coming up to the planning stage, you should get everyone involved. Give media releases and let everyone know what they can do to be part in it, because it's their community you're talking about and planning. Get together and collect the ideas coming from the people living here and not from a consultancy from Perth. If you want a place like Busselton or Rockingham or Mandurah, then move there. This is the Pilbara, and you'll have to deal with a different way of life. And that's what makes life in the Pilbara special. It would be great if we could stick to the Pilbara lifestyle instead of trying to create something new. As you know, when being in Rome, do like the Romans do. Having all that in mind, for me, the only right decision in this case of the Port Hedland First State School would be to upgrade it to an A grade and then get together with everyone involved in this project, apply for funding and preserve the historical building for the community now and in the future. There are still people living in town who went to that school, and it must be hard for them to see it go. All the other schools of the pioneering area around town are already gone. I'm sure there will be some ideas how to get it sorted, and that all sides can work together and create something for the community to use and enjoy. Let's start and talk together. It shouldn't be too hard.
Thank you. Do you have any more public statements at all? Yes, Patrick, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. A bit short after Gloria's. My name is Patrick Melberg. I'm the lead principal for BHP, working in the community team, and I represent BHP tonight making this statement. I have sent that through by email to the governance team. I'm here to talk today about agenda item 12.3.1, the adoption of amendment to local planning policy 08, and the Port Hedland International Airport, and the rescinding of local planning policy 10, highway precinct design guidelines. BHP is broadly supportive of the airport local planning policy 8. However, we have had some historical and ongoing concerns relating to cumulative noise impacts of proposed developments adjacent to Port Haven village. And as councillors would know, we've got approximately 1,200 employees and contractors living at Port Haven village. Our concerns relate specifically to the acknowledgement and protection of night shift workers in that village that sleep during the day. So in approving any new developments that could impact Port Haven, we seek an acknowledgement and protection of night shift workers. The usual planning approach is to manage, mitigate for noise at night. However, anyone that does night shift or is familiar with night shift rosters, the protection from noise impacts during the day is an equally important consideration. Given that Port Haven accommodates workers who sleep through the 24-hour period, we are seeking strengthened protections for night shift workers in the planning policy. Our suggestion on how to do that is an amendment to Table 2, Item 1E, point number 2, which basically indicates where an industry, light, trade display, transport depot and warehouse storage use is proposed to be located closer than 200 metres to a sensitive land use, including but not limited to a hotel, workforce accommodation and service department use, which is existing or substantially commenced, or vice versa, the development application shall demonstrate the following management measures. 1, the uses shall not be located closer than 200 metres as measured from the site boundary of the commercial use to the nearest accommodation dwelling. Or 2, where the uses are proposed less than 200 metres as measured from the site boundary of the commercial use to the nearest accommodation dwelling, management plans shall be provided demonstrating the impacts on the amenity of the area in which the premises is located, can be mitigated, avoided or managed, or address potential off-site impacts. Management plans shall include, but are not limited to, a noise management plan and dust management plan. We seek addition to this clause of the term, the noise management plan shall consider measures to reduce disturbance to night shift workers sleeping during the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Do we have any more public statements at all? Yes, Ms Gillingham, please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Jan Gillingham, 3 Simmons Street, Port Hedland. I've got more dot points than an actual full statement,
That's
so
okay.
if I may. First of all, as the coordinator of this year's Pilbara Music Festival, I'd like to say a big thank you from our committee and all the students and everybody that participated to thank the town of Port Hedland for the in-kind support and also the waiver of fees for the use of the hours that were used at the Gratwick Hall during the few days of this important cultural and musical event, which is on the town's calendar. I'd like to also mention that we have 3 baby grand pianos in Port Hedland, We have one at the Mac Dan Centre, which you rarely see because it's behind the doors there in pretty cold conditions with the air conditioning when it does work, and sometimes not in good shape because it's not actually looked after, but gets tuned every couple of years when our piano tuner comes across from Queensland. We also have a baby grand piano, a beautiful Kawai piano here in the Civic Centre, which is an amazing piano which we were able to use for the music festival. And also we have one at the courthouse in Edgar Street, the junction as well. Some of these pianos which started off when Pilbara Music Festivals first started were actually, as they got older, they were repaired, some were sold, and then funding was created by the Pilbara Music Festival, by the state government. We also had a full music program at the old TAFE College in South Hedland, so a lot of funding that came from there as well, and also the town of Port Hedland, and also industry. And I might mention that BHP, because also with BHP there is a plaque on the piano at the gallery in Edgar Street, which is funding was created there. So I want to remind everybody, these 3 baby grand pianos are community pianos. And I would not like to actually see them personally disappear at any stage. People say, why do you have 3 pianos in this town? Well, hello. We have quite a musical and artistic town that we do actually live in. And it would be a lot bigger if we kept the music program at the Hedland Senior High School, but it was disbanded by the principals just over 5 years ago. And I've know there's some people around the table here whose children went through that music program, my children went through, and also some counsellors around this table who actually were part of that music program from when they first went to primary school and high school and that lived in this town a long time. But what I was quite amazed at, when I went down to the JD Hardy Centre last week to do some music with our home school children, is that in an area there, the upright piano which came from Stephen Street, I wondered where it was actually in the community area for those students aged, I believe, perhaps Councillor Turner can correct me, is it 12 to 18 years of age? Yes? Okay, and with black texture written all over the keys. This piano was in pristine condition when it was moved, but I didn't know where it was moved to, and I'm quite sure Freeman of the town, Arnold Carter, who was on the committee of Stephen Street, and Julie Arif, I'm not actually sure if you actually knew where that piano was. No, I didn't, and I actually found it there last Wednesday, when I went to do some music with the children, the homeschool children, which I'm very happy to do some music with. However, we were not allowed to use that room because of the age group were not between age 12 and 18. So I'd like to ask the council, can they please look into this? Now, I believe there's any students that are going to be using this community room, correct me, I do not know how you call the room, so perhaps Councillor Turner might be able to let me know on that. A youth room. I believe because it's 12 to 18, that there's nobody using that room really, unless they have visiting people, between the hours of 9 in the morning and 2:30 in the afternoon, because those children, I guess, are at school. So it was empty. And we weren't allowed to use it. And the staff, I like to congratulate them, they actually said, it's not our call, it's the rules. We would love you to use it. I said, well, I want to use the piano so I don't have to drag mine down from Cook Point in my car and set it all up, you know. They said, you can't use it because it's in an area where these children that you're teaching are under the age of 12. Now, I really think, can we please look into this? I'm asking a question here, but at the same time, it is a statement. All right? So that's just one thing I want to say. This beautiful upright Yamaha piano, which was tuned every year or every 2 years from Stephen Street, why is it there? Oh, here we go on again now, the next part. We don't have a retirement village for this piano to go to. We need to have somewhere for our retired people who've been moved out of Stephen Street and are using quite a number of houses, which they need a place to live, and some live just around the corner from me, because they've been relocated to private government housing. But the Commissioner was here in 2019, and he promised us within 18 months we'd have something on the ground with a retirement village. I can hear people agreeing with me behind. So please, can we go forward and find out when we're going to get a retirement village of some sort for our people who are actually dying and not getting the use of being together? They're not together. They need to be together. Maybe that piano will then go back into a building. In the meantime, I would like to ask that piano possibly gets moved to our new building across the road for the time being, because we have a room, we have a hall that does not have a piano. And I think it would be ideal, because I think I'm even happy to help fund up to $500 or $600 for an electric piano, portable, to put down for our young people aged 12 to 18, and they can bang around for it, they can put it in amplifiers, whatever. But I believe there was an electric piano down there, but I don't know where that one has gone down to JD. Anyway, that's about the piano. So, vandalism. You know, one child in that school that actually vandalised Port Hedland Primary School actually felt so bad that a letter that I read 2 nights ago with our school board was that he was absolutely devastated and sorry that he did it. And that's a bit of a step forward. The letter was written in his own hand. His parents were absolutely shocked that their child actually did that, what they did. And I don't know, CEO Carl, I'm sure you probably know more that the photographs of that vandalism was actually awful. So I really think that we really need to go ahead and have these CCTV cameras. Conversation needs to happen. With the Pilbara Music Festival, with the cabinet, this was organised nearly 10 years ago to have a cabinet. And we had funding set aside and from different areas, and the Music Festival had funding as well. It never eventuated. It just sort of seemed to go out the window when CEOs changed hands at the time, and it never actually went more forward. So we'd like to have a cabinet. We would like to fund the cabinet. We've got money to fund the cabinet. We'd like to have that conversation. Could it possibly be on wheels, like similar to the one we have outside here, that it can be moved wherever it's going to be, maybe in the building across the road. Perhaps that would be a great place. There are other organisations in our town that I barrack for, which I think they would like a place for their trophies to be, because we don't have our own building like some of the sporting groups. And then I'd like to just say that pioneering the Pilbara, something that Doris mentioned, it's not on that emblem over there. Pioneering the Pilbara is on the original emblem, and that's been left off there. I'm wearing red and white tonight because that's the original colours of the town of Port Hedland. Red and white were the original colours. But I love the colours we have now. However, I think pioneering the Pilbara is something we really need to embellish. We need to do that. Now, with our heritage buildings, WA, West Australia, prides itself on the many buildings they have restored, looked after, cared for, compared to any other state in West Australia. And I found that out quite a number of years ago when I visited Melbourne, Sydney and Adelaide. So our heritage in our towns, these need to be cared for and renovated for all to enjoy, and we need to be proud of it. So I do hope that we can keep those conversations going. And with regard to the Mayor's statement tonight, Mayor Carter, at the start of your meeting tonight, had we displayed a team council these past 3 years, from October 2020 to 2023, then perhaps the agenda item tonight which has a vote of no confidence against our Mayor would not be on the discussion at this agenda time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any more public statements at all? No public statements, no more? No. Okay, I will close public statement time at 6:49 p.m. Uh, 6.3, petition, deputation, presentation and submissions. We have one deputation from, so we have two, yeah. The first one we'll have is from Isaac Slater from the Port Hedland Volunteer Marine Rescue on behalf of item 12.3.2, lots 55, 56 and 57, number 10 Mackay Street, Port Hedland, preside change to the town's heritage inventory 2017, place number 13. Zach, can you hear us all right? There is. I sure can. You're there. Fantastic. I thought you were online, sorry. Okay, yeah, please come forward and make your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, CEO, Mayor, and Councillors. Thank you for having us here tonight. Tonight I wish to share my compelling story, one whose conclusion hinges on the decisions made here tonight. My journey with Marine Rescue Port Hedland began in 2014 when a friend and I joined the volunteer group, which was comprised of merely 12 members at the time. As a result of this transient nature of the town and the remaining members leaving, we became the only 2 volunteers in the group. With only basic knowledge, rundown resources, and a building that was unsafe and uninhabitable, we shouldered the responsibility of this critical community function. Our original school building at 10 McKay Street, our base, stood unsafe and unusable. Despite these challenges, we persevered. Through fundraising and tireless efforts, we rehabilitated part of the building in 2016 and revitalized our equipment. Over time, our number swelled from a handful to over 45 dedicated volunteers, many of you here that you can see tonight. Sorry, lost my place. Transforming from weekend enthusiasts to highly skilled professional capable of navigating our 200-kilometer long treacherous coastline, as well as responding to incidents such as a helicopter crash in the shipping channel in March 2018. As our capacity stabilized, we then contemplated the continuing deterioration of the 117-year-old ex-school building. Lacking expertise in property development, history, or architecture, and without building-related capital works from state government, we sought alternative solutions and advice of experts. In 2019, our attention turned to lots 343, 344, 345, and 348 Kingsmill Street, also known as 85 to 87 Kingsmill. With its ideal location and compatibility with the Spoilbank Marina, it seemed like a perfect fit. However, just as our hopes peaked, the town of Port Hedland rescinded their support to DPLH, blocking this vital opportunity for marine rescue. Constrained by limited options, we forged ahead with a solution at 10 McKay Street. Despite extensive fundraising and advice of subject matter experts, integrating a solution into the existing and former school building structure proved financially and logistically unfeasible. Constrained by having multiple vessels, with the largest being a 24-meter truck and trailer boat combination, difficult to maneuver, and several other operational constraints, we faced a pivotal decision: scale back our operations in November 2024 or demolish the building for a new purpose-built facility. According to Section 18J of the Emergency Service Act of 1998, our primary function is to conduct marine search and rescue operations, a task impossible without an operational base. Behind this tale lies the essence of the Port Hedland community spirit, a group facing a daunting challenge and seeking an immediate solution. Remarkably, the community and organizations rally behind us, contributing approximately $2 million to our cause. In this, we need to recognize the support of BHP, Pilbara Ports, state government, and Roy Hill. This support embodies Port Hedland's can-do attitude and commitment to progress. Now, an 11th hour solution emerges to preserve the old historic building, acquiring lots 343, 344, 345, and 348 Kingsmill, 85 to 87 Kingsmill Street, the same parcel we sought in 2019. We have resubmitted our request to DPLH on the 16th of October 2023, and then currently awaits the town of Port Hedland response. So what will be the final chapter of this story? There are 3 possible endings. Option 1, inaction or deferral, leading to devastating rollbacks of our capacity and volunteer numbers beyond November 2024. Option 2, council adopt the alternative recommendation to support the proposal to modify place number 13 to downgrade from B to C, making it so Marine Rescue Port Hedland can demolish the old dilapidated 117-year-old facility. Marine Rescue Port Hedland progress with the developmental application to build a new fit-for-purpose emergency service facility at Tim McKay Street and demolish the old facility and preserve the heritage value of this site through heritage interpretation plan, which you can refer to in attachment 11 of your attachment packets. That Marine Rescue Port Hedland have completed and submitted it as a part of this developmental application. The heritage interpretation plan includes several viable and detailed strategies that could be adopted to preserve the cultural and heritage significance of this former state school into the future. Option 3, which is the Marine Rescue Port Hedland preferred method. Town of Port Hedland support Marine Rescue Port Hedland to obtain lots 343, 344, 345, and 348 Kingsmill 85 to 87 Kingsmill Street through immediate letter of support to DPLH. Marine Rescue Port Hedland currently have made a submission through DPLH to acquire these lots via management order. This will allow Marine Rescue Port Hedland to obtain a management order of these vacant parcels of land that meet the specifications of Marine Rescue that Marine Rescue requires to construct a new fit-for-purpose facility. This land is ready to construct a new facility, has services ready, has access from multiple sides, is significantly closer to the new Marina boat ramp. It will have decreased response time for emergency deployments due to its location, has high elevation that is not prone to flooding or inundation, clear line of sight of the water and the Marina boat ramp, and also good elevation for radio communication and easy access for our truck and trailer combinations, and the list goes on. If Marine Rescue Port Hedland can obtain the certificate titles for these lots on Kingsmill Street through a management order via DPLH, Marine Rescue Port Hedland will be able to secure the future for a volunteer emergency service group and construct a new fit-for-purpose emergency service facility. It also has the added benefit of being able to preserve the 117-year-old heritage building located at Tim McKay Street. Marine Rescue have consulted with the Port Hedland Historic Society on the 25th of the 11th, and they have stated that they are aligned to support this pathway as well. So tonight, we request from council that you move a motion to make an amendment to the agenda item 12.3.2 to support Marine Rescue Port Hedland acquire these lots on Kingsmill Street, which was option 3, through an immediate formal letter of support to be emailed to the Department of Lands Planning and Heritage by Friday, 1 December 2023. I've also provided the attachments of the list of lands there for your reference. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have another deputation from Joshua Carmody from Planning Solutions on behalf of item 12.3.7, lots 465, 466, 470 and 471 Anderson Street, Port Hedland. Proposed hotel responsive to WAPC on the development application. John, are you online? Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. I can hear you.
Okay, all right. The floor is yours. Please fire away.
All right. I'll try to speak as fast as I can. My name is Josh Carmody, from Planning Solutions at 251 St George's Terrace, Perth. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of Centurion Corporation, and I'd like to acknowledge that the City and the current Mayor have worked hard to get the proposed West End Hotel to this point, including several meetings between Centurion and the current Mayor of Singapore and Port Hedland. We understand the Council recognises that there's a shortage of workforce accommodation, but they want to see development which benefits the community, and that's exactly what's being proposed. We've got a hotel which can accommodate shutdown and maintenance crews whilst still providing short-term accommodation and hospitality services to the general public. I'll keep this simple. Council has been asked to provide advice to the DPLH regarding this development. From the perspective of the DPLH / the West Australian Planning Commission, there's one significant issue regarding this development, and that's the amount of parking. The DPLH has confirmed that a minimum of 150 parking bays is acceptable. However, our client is seeking 126 spaces. Now, the DPLH is likely to defer to the town's position on this matter. So what that means is that the viability of this development, and certainly the timeliness of the assessment process, will depend upon the position of council tonight. There is a suggestion from the town in their report that we have provided inadequate information to allow a view to be formed regarding this matter. And with respect, we don't agree with that. There are planning decisions which rely on complicated technical matters, but there's also plenty of planning decisions which are quite straightforward. And as you can guess, in my view, this is one of the straightforward matters. There is no standard amount of parking for hotels. It varies from 0.2 bays per room to 2.5, and we're proposing 0.42. Parking demand will always depend upon who stays at a particular hotel and the location. And the location of it. If it was in the CBD in Perth, people would be arriving by public transport and taxis. Here in Port Hedland, the operator is planning to accommodate work shutdown crews and maintenance crew for a large percentage of the accommodation. So that means many of the guests will be arriving via bus. Unlike other land uses like a shopping centre, a hotel does have complete control over their own parking, which means that they can predict and they know and they can manage how many customers are going to arrive at any one time, and they have the means to manage their parking occupancy. And in fact, for that reason, the operator is willing, if people do still have concerns about the parking, they're willing to accept a condition which would specifically state that the hotel is required to manage bookings based on their car park occupancy. The truth is that we could have made this parking shortfall vanish by simply removing the public restaurant and classifying the whole development as workforce accommodation. The developers chose not to do that. They've chosen to deliver a better development consistent with what we understand to be the community's aspirations. So if council is in agreement with this view, it's my request to them that they clearly and unambiguously inform the WAPC of their support for this development. Now, in my view, the resolution which is in the agenda doesn't achieve this. It doesn't clearly and unambiguously support the development. And so for that reason, I've provided all the council with an alternative resolution via email and discuss. With regard to the other matters raised by the town, in my view, these are minor. They're generally matters which we resolve through the conditions clearance process, and we have no objection to the town's recommended conditions in relation to that. That's all from me, apart from I'm now available to answer any questions if anybody has one.
Councillors, do you have any questions at all? No. Okay. Thank you, Joshua, for your statement tonight. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. You're free to go. Okay, moving on. Item number 7, question from members without notice. Are there any questions from elected members at all?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a few that I will endeavour to go quickly on. First one, we had a call from Rosenau's Early Learning Centre who contacted me, and I think I've been told that they've contacted other councillors as well in relation to their expansion ambitions. Now, the speaker tonight was quite, how can I say, complimentary of the town and the planning department. But my interpretation of the conversation is that they are unhappy. And they're unhappy because they've been dealing with the town for 12 months to try and get this over the line, and there's been roadblock after roadblock, and they've been left in the dark. So, Mr. Mayor, can we make an effort to bring this to the council's attention ASAP, as for the council to make a decision because obviously, you know, the centre is really important to the town, and we should not be stopping the progress of, you know, a development like that. So whichever way the council goes on what sort of support they do, you know, I'm fine with it, but let's, Mr Mayor, can we get this to the council ASAP?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, the next one, I need to submit a proposal from Headland Basketball Association to get a policy developed that prioritises the use of our facilities for the kids that are playing basketball. Now, I've sent emails during the month about you know, their limited access, and you know, I think I've got a list here of stuff that they want to do. I'm proposing that we develop a policy to make sure that they know what times they can use the courts and where the courts are, and obviously, you know, the association is quite large, and they've got quite a few kids down there, so I don't see why we can't do this. And, you know, one of the other aspects to this is, you know, we do have a fair bit of staff rotation, so, you know, they could be talking to one staff member at one stage, and then, you know, talking to another the following week, and so on, and then obviously they don't have any they don't know what's going on because there is no policy in place. So I have a document here that I've filled out that outlines their problems. Now, I had a problem last month where I put a proposal forward and it was rejected by the administration. So I can give you this document now, and you know, for the administration to look at it so we can develop our policy. And if that's not the right process, then I'll put a notice of motion in tomorrow. So are you going to accept it, and accept it as a policy development for the council, Mr Mayor? Or
Yeah, as a request, we said that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a copy for each council member.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions? Councillor, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, I've got a few. I'm going to be here a while. My previous question at the ordinary council meeting, 1st of November, I requested the report that was commissioned by the state government into the suspension and dissolving of the town of Port Hedland in 2019. And now, I received a response from the administration, and that was a letter from Ron Jurevich, and comments made by the mentor who was appointed by the Department of Local Government as a mentor. This is not the proper document that outlines the authority of the state and the minister to suspend and dissolve a democratically elected council, and I reject that document. I'm after the written report that authorises the minister to exercise Section 8.15C of the Local Government Act 1995. The mentor's scope of works was outlined at the 27th of June 2018 OCM, item 11.1.6, and it had nothing to do with the official inquiry and report to suspend the council, but it did relate to the scope and the development and implementation of a plan to address the issues that were identified with the council. Now, if anyone is unclear of the conditions needed to enforce Section 8.15C, then they can review the Civil Action 1673 of 2020, the Supreme Court of Western Australia, between the town of Cambridge and the Honourable David Templeman, MLA, Minister for Local Government, in which Justice Toddle outlined the requirements to exercise the power in Section 8.15C of the Act and the evidence required to support the use of that section of the Act. Additionally, the department is required to publish a report when these powers are enforced, as it did with the Shire of Perenjori. And now, in the department's own words, it states, the report for Perenjori, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's close. The report on the outcomes of the department's inquiry needs to comply in accordance with Section 8.13 of the Act by 3 officers of the department who were authorised to conduct an inquiry as authorised persons. Considering the Town of Port Hedland Council was suspended using 815C, I want that report that outlines the issues and complaints received by the Minister and the Department that led the Minister to conclude it was inappropriate for the whole Council to continue to act without intervention. The Department's Director General, Duncan Ord, at the time also stated by official letter on the 9th of April 2019 that there is a departmental process required that includes review by the State Solicitor's Office. So there is a report. Now that report should have been presented to the WA Parliament and the WA Governor. And I'm requesting the report that complies with 813 of the Act. The report should be listed in the department's official website, and it is not. The report stating the reasons the council could not continue to act without intervention. The report that outlines the reasons the minister did not use Section 815E of the Act, which relates to individual council members. The report that outlines the evidence available to the minister in his decision to apply 815C. This is one report. I'm after that report. So, Council and CEO, like I've said 3 or 4 times, I'm after that report. Or if that report is not available because it was not commissioned, I'm after an apology from the state government for its overreach of its power, and I'm after the resignation of the then Minister of Local Government, David Templeman, for his undemocratic application of ministerial powers. So can we request and receive the report commissioned that deals with the use of Section 8.15C against the Town of Port Hedland Council in 2019? Thank you. The next one. In relation to questions asked on the 21st of November meeting about Horizon Power, the answer received was no minutes are taken in those meetings. So my question related to the notes. So I'm assuming there's no notes taken in any meetings that the town does with Horizon Power. So in 2019, there was an agreement with Horizon Power to audit the lights and poles twice a year and rectify any issues with the street lights and poles that the audit identified. And this was done because people were not reporting streetlight outages. Horizon Power was very happy with the approach because the council was taking an interest in our infrastructure that kept the lights on, and it heightened the safety aspect of the town as well. Additionally, the town's power consumption charge is calculated by the number of street lights and the wattage of the light. The poles are not metered. So when the lights are damaged and not working, we still get charged for the power. It's obvious this agreement has either been terminated or conveniently stopped, because there are many poles, or there are many lights not working that I see around the town. And the poles that I talked about have been laying on the ground for well over a year. The request to supply information on down poles, I'm requesting should be issued to the council for review as well, or the ARC. Now, just in relation to the down poles that you asked for, Great Northern Highway off-ramp coming onto Walwork Road from the airport. There's a pole down there. The Great Northern Interchange Bridge on Walwork Road going into Port Hedland, there's a pole that's been hit and bent, and you know, everyone drives past it and you can see it's bent. It's been there, you know, for quite some time. The Great Northern Interchange on-ramp into Port Hedland, there's a light pole been on the ground for well over a year. And there's a street pole that's been hit on Corboys Place, and that's been bent for quite some time. So, in light of what I've just said, can we request the resumption of the audit on our street lights twice a year, as previously organised? Can we get some sort of answer on that and see if that can be done, and you know, get a report submitted to the council or the ARC on lights and poles and the timeline for repair for our town? Thanks. I'm happy to take those ones on notice, and obviously you're going to have to look into it. So the question asked and answer provided about the South Hedland Shopping Centre entrance didn't provide me with any outcome. The answer of continuing to have ongoing conversations with Charter Hall in relation to this matter doesn't actually fix the issue of the area being a dirty mess. So what I want to know is, why have we changed the program? Because in 2019 we were cleaning the place up. We were doing it because it's our area. And how can we get that re-implemented, you know, in a cleaning program? Or is this another notice of motion that I have to put forward? Mr. Mayor, is it a notice of motion, or is it something that we can look into and give me a timeline?
We can look into it for sure.
Okay. I've reviewed the occupancy permits from the Port Hedland Community Centre that I asked about at the last meeting, and we had a occupancy permit which was restricted between the 19th of May 23 and the 31st of August 23. It was a restricted permit. The main occupancy permit was issued on the 27th of October 23, 5 days before I asked the question at the first council meeting. So as to most of September and October, September and most of October didn't have any occupancy permit authority for the public to enter the building. Can you tell me whether we were using that building without the appropriate permits? And was the building covered by insurance? When an occupancy permit is not applied to the building. And also, I would like to get all the signed certificates that are required under Section 54 of the Building Act that authorise the occupancy permit to be issued. Happy to take that on notice as well?
Yeah, thank you.
I asked at the last meeting about the $10 million contribution towards the Port Hedland Community Hub, and the answer provided didn't show me the date of the payments, and I couldn't reference the money and receipt numbers that the document did provide. So, can I get the dates and the page number in the monthly payments of the grant funding that came from the state government towards the Port Hedland Community Hub? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we'll get that for you.
Okay. Now, myself and other members of the council and the public have asked about Hoabing Group many times and received no meaningful response. According to the town's minutes, the town has met with Hoabing Group, BHP. BHP have met with Hoabin and the Mayor. The RDA, the Mayor and Hoabin have met. So can you tell me...
Sorry, point of clarification. RDA did not meet with Hoabin, thank you.
Okay, I'll get to that in a sec. Okay. So can you tell me how the town came into contact with Hoabin either Mayor or CEO, the Hoabin Group? How did we actually come into contact with that company?
I'll get that information for you.
Okay. So the question that I asked and the answers received about the Mayor and RDA meeting with Hoabin needs clarification. All right, the RDA has confirmed no meetings have been held with Hoabin Group. So can you explain why the public record and the council has confirmed as that being true and correct, the meeting held, and it's in the minutes of the 30th of August OCM and the 27th of September 23 OCM, that the Mayor, Hoabin and RDA met on the 6th of the 7th 23 and the 1st of the 8th 23, but RDA has rejected the fact listed in the minutes. It stated there was no meeting with Hoabin Group. Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking.
Point of clarification, there were two separate meetings, thank you.
I'm not finished. The issue with any answer against that is that the council has approved the minutes. So the minutes of a council meeting are admissible in court. So the minutes are true and correct because the council has agreed to them. So now we have a problem with RDA rejecting the fact that there was meetings held with Hoabin. So, Mr. Mayor, are you going to take that question on notice or are you going to answer that question?
I'll take that on notice, thank you.
Okay. Okay, the RDA has stated that the meeting was not held with Hoabin, but was held with a Vietnam company called Kalyan Specialist on the 6th of the 7th, 23. Can you tell us who Kalyan Specialists are, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, immigration people, thank you.
What was that?
Immigration.
Immigration, okay. Okay, so CEO or Mr. Mayor, can you tell me why the Mayor has engaged with the Hoabin Group and issued them with so much of the town's proposed and potential development information when the council has not been privy to those presentations and has not approved any such information supply or presentation to Hoabin that I'm aware of?
All the information is public. Thank you.
All the information is what?
Public.
Public. Okay. Can we have that? Can we have those presentations then that the town has issued you to present to Hoabin?
Absolutely, fine.
When will we see that?
I'll get that for you in due course. Thank you.
Can I ask a question to the CEO, Mr. Mayor? Has the town of Port Hedland, the administration, developed a PowerPoint display so the Mayor can present to Hoabin in Vietnam?
Not to my knowledge.
Could you say it in the microphone so people can hear?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, could you say it again? I'm sure people are interested in this, Ms. CEO.
The answer was not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. I need to know, Mr. Mayor, why the administration has not applied policy 4009 in relation to significant decision making, engagements and thresholds, engagements and the thresholds of the policy in relation to Hoabin Group. And I also want to know if the Premier's office or JETSI is involved in the discussions that you are having with the Hoabin Group.
I'm not aware of that, thank you.
Okay. So, council members, can you just pass that around? This information can be found on the internet by typing in Holbein Group and Peter Carter. And it is listed on the Holbein Company news release. It's not secret. The photo in the shows Town of Port Hedland documents on the board table of Holbein Group in Vietnam. The statement of Holbein is Holbein's first steps in Australia. Holbein has a meeting with Mayor with Mayor of Port Hedland on the 23rd, 2023. Holbein Construction has had a meeting and discussion with Mr. Peter Carter, Mayor of Port Hedland, Australia, about participating in construction activities in Port Hedland City, Australia, about participating in construction projects in Port Hedland. Port Hedland is a city in the period of transition with a lot of potential for development in all aspects, thereby the need to build projects is increasing.
Point of order for the Chair.
Yes, Councillor.
While I appreciate a lot of information needs to be had, can I please draw a reference to the standing orders where it does state questions from members will remain concise to the point, please, and does not reflect conversation, information or points of reference, please. Happy for these questions to come, and I know there's important stuff, but again, can I please just be more precise and concise to the questions, please?
Now, Mr. Mayor, are you aware that your engagement with Holbein is affecting the Holbein share price?
No.
Mr. Mayor, one of the articles states that the CEO of Holbein has told the board and its investors that their first investment in Australia, which is referred to in a previous article relating to Port Hedland, is between $60 and $100 million.
Point of clarification, Mr. Blacko, they do have other projects around Australia as well.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, that's why I'm asking the questions, because, you know, we need some answers on this. So can you explain why the Holbein Group and the business Kalyan Specialists is located within walking distance of your business Source Connect in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam?
No idea.
So, Mr. Mayor, when are we going to be able to get the information, the answers to the questions that I've asked about the Holbein Group and the information that I've passed out?
In due course. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I need a.
In due course. Thank you, Mr. Blacko. Do you have more questions?
I have more questions, but I need a better answer than that.
In due course. Thank you.
Okay. My next question. In relation to, again, November 1st OCM, I was requesting the notes from the CEO and the Mayor's meetings. And the answer was that there is no notes taken, or they're not minuted. So can you explain a few things? Why there are no notes taken when Standing Order states in 20.12C that the council conducts briefings, workshops and other informal meetings with the CEO. Informal meetings, the CEO is to have meeting notes kept. So that's one. And the other one is in the monthly mayoral meetings, there is no monthly mayoral meetings, or there's no weekly mayoral meetings. Now that is, and there's no meetings listed within your monthly report with the CEO. Now, the CEO has a legislated function under 5.41E that he must communicate with the mayor And, you know, the whole idea of that is so we can pass information between the council, the people, the council and the administration. It's the chain of command, if you like. So can you explain to me why we don't have any listings of you having any meetings with the CEO in your monthly meetings, and why we don't have any minutes of those meetings?
I'll take that on notice, thank you.
Okay, my next question, has the CEO requested regular meetings with the Mayor? Why has that not happened?
Would you like an answer for that? I'll take it on notice.
Okay, so
that's fine. Yeah.
I'm requesting if the CEO has requested regular minutes, okay? And I want to know why, if it's not happening, why it's not happening. I asked about the tender process relating to Yandiara Road on the 1st of November meeting, and I asked for an explanation, and you responded that you'll get me the report. So I haven't received that report. Is there a reason why I haven't received that report, Mr. Mayor?
No reason.
No reason? Am I going to receive that? Are we going to receive that information, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, Lee. You circulated already? It's already been
The
circulated.
information on the tender of Yandiara Road?
Information was provided to councillors on the use of the panel for Yandiara Road.
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions, Councillor?
Yes, I do. I requested information on the yearly payment totals for creditors in the 22-23 financials. Now, I requested that the totals be for each individual creditor. And they've been split in two for some reason. Is there, do we have a reason for that on the 22-23 financial totals? Why were they split in two? In the report that I received.
I'll get the accountant, Steve, to answer that for you.
Through the chair, just let me go and have another look at that, and I'll get back to you with an answer on that tomorrow. My understanding was they were put together in accordance with the financial years, but I'll get back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next one is the 21-22 numbers are incorrect, and the document looks like it's been altered. So can I get an explanation on that as well? Now, I'm happy to give you examples if you like.
I'll take that on notice for you. Thank you. Steve, do you want to answer that at all?
I can give you examples.
Thank you. Through the chair, items such as might have related to, with regards to payroll, for example, which is not creditor payments, which we thought was what you were getting at, had been excluded. But again, if you've got some examples here, please pass them to me after the meeting, and I'll take that on board, and I'll get back to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm happy to give you an example. We'll just take the council for an example, okay? Because the council's payments are public, okay? So Peter Carter, in that statement that I received, 21-22, has Peter Carter as getting 117,790. We know that the payment is 140,769. The document states that councillors got between 9 and 17 grand, and we know the councillors get around 34. Okay, so that's littered through the document, all right, because as the old councillors know, I did an analysis and I sent you an email, so I already know the numbers. So one of my last, I'm sure you're happy about this. This is one of the last ones. Has the mayor just been to Korea on the request of or invitation of POSCO?
I went to Korea. I did, yes.
Okay. So was that an official town of Port Hedland trip?
It was a trip paid by Peter Carter's accommodation and airfares. POSCO asks if you ever come to Korea, please look us up. I went there, went and saw them. Thank you.
So the town didn't pay for anything?
Nothing at all, no.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, do we have any more public, statements? Yes, Councillor
Yes,
Hudson.
I'd like to actually ask one question, and a lot of people have actually been asking. Can we please follow up with the Port Hedland International Airport regarding the progress of the Bali flights, please?
Yeah, we'll chase that up for you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Good. Councillors, have any more? Yes, Councillor Christensen.
Just a real quick one, not necessarily a question, more a statement. So just to echo what you said at the start of this meeting, I want to thank Councillor Eckhart for the help and support you've given me in the 2 years, and again, echoed again from what even ex-Councillor Gillingham has said. Thanks very much for your service and everything you've done for this town, even outside of the roles of a councillor. You'll be greatly missed on the board, but also in the community. So thanks for everything you've done. And second to that, also I want to echo another thanks to Jan Gillingham and Gloria Jacobs, who have come tonight to obviously everybody who's coming tonight, but specifically you two for coming to show appreciation for the work that the town has done for your own groups and non-for-profits. So thanks very much. It's actually great to hear that we're doing some good work. So cheers, mate.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. One more question? Yeah, sure. That's okay. Yeah.
Also, just sorry regarding, I was also going to ask, with the residential flights that we actually get from Port Hedland to Perth, is there going to be any consideration on doing exactly the same discounts for the direct flights from Port Hedland to Brisbane for local residents?
I've actually asked that question before, and because it's outside the state, no, we won't be. We're pushing for it, but it's highly unlikely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last one, before we move on through to business, can we, if this is the end of everybody, can we ask for a 5-minute comfort break, please?
Yes, I was about to say that, yes. Okay, yeah, can we have a 5-minute comfort break at 7:36 p.m? Can we move on that? Move, Councillor Christensen, Councillor Turner, thank you. So a 5-minute comfort break, thank you.
Yes, I can. Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
yeah, great, thank you. Okay, I'll resume the meeting back at 7:45 p.m. Okay, item number 8. Announcement by the presiding member without discussion. Presiding members' meeting for the month of October 2023 are printed in the agenda. Item number 9, declaration for all members who have given due consideration to all matters contained in the business paper before them. I invite all elected members to declare by a show of hands that they have given all due consideration to all matters contained in the agenda. Have a show of hands, please. Yep, good. Thank you, councillors. Item number 10, confirmation of the previous meeting. We have office recommendation before us that council confirm the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on Wednesday, the 1st of November 2023 are a true and a correct record. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, can I need a bit of the minutes changed to reflect what was said.
What part was that?
It was the Mayor's response to Gillian Fisher, where the Mayor actually stated they are meetings without question. That was the answer.
Correct.
Could we get that changed? Because what it states is they are meetings without notice.
Can we get that changed? That's fine. Yes. That's all?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll get that changed. It's amended, yep. Okay, can I get a mover, please? Move. Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Or a seconder, please. Councillor Turner, thank you. Is there anyone against the motion? No, motion's passed. Thank you, councillors. Okay, before we move on to reports of committees and officers, I remind members of the public not to take any action on council decision on items on the agendas this evening, which may they have interest in, until formally notified in writing by the town has been received. Decisions made at this meeting can be revoked in line with the Local Government Act 1995. Item number 11, reports of communities, there is nil. Item number 12, reports from officers. Councillors, we've been presented with deputations from the Port Hedland Volunteer Marine Rescue on items 12.2.3 and Josh Carmody on the planning situations on item 12.3.7. I propose that we deal with these items first in order of business. Is any member opposed to this?
Mr. Mayor, can I make another proposal as well? I'm happy to support yours, but I do propose to move on block some items, if you would allow.
Yes, certainly, yes.
So I propose to move on block 12.1.3, 12.3.1, 12.3.4, 12.3.5. Am I going too fast?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Just let it get it on.
Where are we up to?
12.3.5.
I'll start again.
Yep.
12.1.3, 12.3.1, 12.3.4, 12.3.5, 12.3.8, 12.3.9, 12.4.1, 12.4.2. They're all simple majority votes.
They are, yes.
I propose to move all those on block.
Okay. Can I get a second on those?
For the chair,
Yes,
please
please.
get a confirmation of those numbers, please, so we can revisit it.
Yes, sir,
Again,
yep.
just bearing in mind that council has worked to a understanding for the last 2 years that if we had to move anything on block, we bring this up at the briefing. So I just want to double check and make sure I've
Understand.
that we've got
Yep,
this.
absolutely.
That's fine. I can speak to it just a little bit if you like.
No, it's okay. That's fine.
Do you just want to repeat the
Just repeat those numbers again for, please, Councillor Blanco.
12.1.3.
1.3, yes.
12.3.1.
12. Yes.
12.3.4. 12.3.5. 12.3.8, 12.3.9, 12.4.1, 12.4.2.
The total of, what have we got? 8 items. Correct. Okay, so let's go.
Councillor Christensen?
Is it ready? Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, I have a concern with 12.3.4.
We take that out, if you like. Take it out?
Yes,
Yep, take it out. Okay. Yep.
Mr Mayor, I have an issue with 12.3.1 being in en bloc, given that we had a deputy or a presentation in statement time from BHP.
You can take that out if you like.
Yep, we'll take it out. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay. Okay, I'll second that.
Just for confirmation, can we please ensure what we're seconding and moving, because I haven't seen anything yet on the screen.
Oh, wait till the type, he's typing up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
that's okay.
please
Yeah,
hold.
that's fine. Yep. Main road in 12.4. Still signage. You happy with those, Councillor Christian?
Mr Mayor, you've seconded the motion, so just take it to a vote.
Point of order for the chair. We've had issues before where these motions have come up without understanding, so I've asked for us to hold up until we can physically see on the screen what we're going to be voting for, please.
Okay, I totally understand that, but the motion's been seconded, so it's a floor motion now. It doesn't. Nobody owns it, so it goes to the vote. Are you either against it or you're for it?
Okay, anyone against that? No, it's carried.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor, I couldn't see. They had yeah. Couldn't see your hand. Sorry, it was blocked by a screen. Yeah, just clarify what you're against. Sorry.
Well, I'm against it simply because we need to be springing on block motions on us at the last minute is just it's unwieldy. We need to know. We've had discussions on these. If we were going to put them up as on block, we probably should have talked about it last Wednesday when we were meeting for the feedback session. To throw it on us now, I don't agree.
Okay. Councillor Black, I'd like to talk to that.
Yes, well, I can, but I think it's a procedural, isn't it? Is it a procedural motion?
On block. No, it's not. No.
No?
No.
Okay. All the motions that I've picked, are quite simple. They're simple majorities. I don't think there would be any argument from anybody about moving them on block. It's a really big agenda. If we don't, do something like this when we are, going through a big agenda, we're going to be here till midnight. So these motions we will all agree on. I can guarantee you that by the end of the night, and you'll be saying, "Oh, we should have passed it on block." Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blacker. Yeah, I could kill Councillor Blacker. That's fine. Okay, Councillor Blacker.
Once again, if we knew that these were going to be simple majorities on Wednesday when we had the feedback session, we could have put it up then that on Wednesday at the OCM, we could have, we'll put these ones up, bang, 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 and put them up as en bloc. And we could have then, at that time, said, we don't agree with 12.3.1 or another one, etc., and then whittle the list down. And as you say, we probably will end up saying yes to all of these for a simple majority. The principle behind it is give us time, not lob it on us at the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Luca. Anyone else for? Yes, you're for? Anyone else against? Well, debate. We've got someone against, so we have a debate, yeah. Yeah. You want to speak for it, Councillor? You want to speak for it? No. Okay. Okay, sum up, Councillor Blanco.
The intent of going through the agenda is that you don't make a decision until the night. You're not supposed to make a decision. So I don't see how we can make a decision on voting en bloc on Wednesday night. Okay, you should have all gone through the agenda. You should understand what you are, tending to lean for or against, and then, put a motion en bloc at the meeting is the way to do it, not, on Wednesday night last week, because you should be reading the agenda throughout the week. You should not have made a decision until the night. Okay, so you should all understand where you want to go with these agenda items. So me putting a motion en bloc is fine. I'll do it on the night. And if you agree with it, you agree with it. If you don't, we take those bits out because you might want to talk to it. That's how it works. Okay, so that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Okay, put it to vote. Okay, all those in favour? Okay, 7. Those against? Motion's carried. Yes. Which is... Okay, so let's go back to 12.2.3 and 12.3.7. We'll go back to those two motions. Yeah, we'll do those ones first while we're in the orders in the gallery, yes. So anyone against that at all? 12.3.2, 2.3, and 12.3.7, the two deputations. We're going to deal with those first while we have the people in the gallery. Happy with that? Yes. Is anyone against? Oh, okay. Let's just go. Okay. Okay. So 12.2. 12.3.2. Yeah, that's I've got 12.3.2. That's this one. Double check you got the right one. VMR.
On page 46 of the agenda.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Councillor Blanco was the seconder.
Yep.
Page 46, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it's different to mine. So mine's different. Mine's a Naming Road.
Oh, that's okay.
46. Yeah. So I think it's on page different to your page. Yeah. It's just 11 point. 12.3.2. Okay, I've got that one there. 12.3.2. That's on that one. Yep. So that's it there. Okay, 12.3. We deal with 12.3.2. Okay, so we have an office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. That 1, council not support the proposal modified place number 13 allocated lots at 55, 56, 57 Mackay Street from grade B to grade C within the Town of Port Hedland's Heritage Inventory 2017 for the reasons displayed on the screen.
So, Mr. Mayor, I propose to move officer's recommendation with an amendment. The amendment being the amendment that we received. Here it is, by the Director of Planning. Recommendation 2, in addition to the officer's recommendation.
By the read that out for the public?
For the benefit of the public, just read that out.
Yeah. Do I have to read that out? Number 2? I'll read.
Yes.
Recommendation number 2?
That council supports the application of the Port Hedland Volunteer Marine Rescue Service to acquire lots 343, to acquire lots 343, 344, 345 and 346 Kingsmill Street, known as 8587 Kingsmill Street, for the purpose of providing a community emergency services from this location, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to correspond with the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, confirming Council's endorsement of the proposal. I have an addition to that as well. That the town and the council will do all it can within its power to help the VMRPH in the relocation in relation to the land transfer, planning approvals for the development, and discounted or waived fees on lot 343, 345 and 346 Sutherland Street or Kingsmill Street, whichever, whatever street we're calling it.
Point of clarification, if I may.
Yes, Councillor.
Can you please explain to me what fees in which you are talking about on that land, please?
The VMR will be up for planning and development fees from the town to build the new proposal. So I propose that the council, when that time comes, discounts those fees because they have done the right thing by moving or propose to move to a new lot, which is going to cost them millions of dollars, and we should be helping them out in any way that we can, and the way that we can do that is by discounting their fees and also helping them in the land transfers and any other planning or development matters that we can help them with.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blanco.
Councillor, can I just get you, for the benefit of the minute taker, to just repeat the start of the drawing? We don't know. Sorry, it's not.
Sorry, take a microphone off. Councillor Blanco, take your microphone off. Your microphone off.
What did you want?
Okay.
Yeah, I will. Hold on.
If you guys are having a discussion, I can't hear a thing you're saying.
Nothing officially yet.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So I'd like a clarification from the relevant director on all the 3 points that you mentioned, on land transfer, planning approvals, and on discounted fees, and elaboration, not even a clarification, a bit of elaboration so that we can deliberate. Yeah?
Through the chair, I suppose the bulk of the fees will be related to the development approval, which again, the council requests those fees be waived. I'm assuming it's a full 100% discount is what you're seeking. In addition to that, when the building comes to, or when the buildings and sheds and structures come to be built, there will be fees for building, so in terms of getting a building permit. Now, some of those fees we can definitely waive, again, based on the amendment by Councillor Blanco. Some of those fees are actually state legislated fees that we have to capture and then on pay to the state. so we won't be able to discount those. But I would expect we'd probably be all up in the order of around about, again, just as a guesstimate, $15,000 to $20,000 plus. Yeah.
That's all the three points? Your 15 to 20,000 is...
That's what I'm expecting in the order of that. Just again, as a guesstimate, given that I haven't seen plans of what they want, or I'm assuming it's a couple $1 million worth of build at least. But again, if council is looking to waive those fees, from I suppose an officer perspective, we'd be supportive of that.
All right, thank you for that.
Okay, CEO, ready? So do we go back to? Yeah, to the wording up there.
Have we captured the wording for the screen for the benefit of everyone, or can we at least get Councillor Blanco to reread part 2? I think the first part has been circulated ahead of time for most elected members.
Yep.
Oh. First part is highlighted.
Just an FYI for you people in the chamber, I can't see what's on the screen.
Okay, we'll fix that. We'll get it read out for you, Councillor.
Can't share the screen.
Through the chair, I've just emailed the recommendation to Councillor Eckhart, so it should be in his email inbox shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and don't call me shortly. Oh yeah, I saw that, Craig. It's the extra bits I can't see.
Through the chair to the councillor who amended the motion.
Yep, Councillor Blanco.
Councillor Blanco, just for everyone's peace of mind and trying to speed things along, would you just be happy and content with the fact that the council will do everything it does in general practices for the VMR, and then we just assign a dollar value to the group to work with to get the work through?
This item will come back to council for a decision. It's this is just a proposal that we're putting forward, so. Yeah.
Okay, this is the amendment we're doing. Yeah.
Through the chair.
Yes, Councillor.
I just wanted to raise the actual direct request that has been made by the VMR for an immediate formal letter of support. Is that inclusive? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure we capture that, so then that would be done by the 1st of December?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
Oh, sorry.
We can put that in as
amendment,
another point.
Yes.
On the motion.
At a time? Yes, we do one vote, then we'll go to a vote, yes.
We're just waiting for the wording.
Wording to go up, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can see it now, Councillor Urquhart.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Councillor Blanco, does it reflect your comments?
Where is the officer's recommendation?
Part 1 is at the top.
So we've got the officer's recommendation there, and then we've got the addition underneath. Oh, yeah, great, that's fine, yep. Could I also put...
Let's deal with the first one first.
Yep. Well...
Can I just quickly clarify before we get a seconder or anything like that? This is all now one massive motion, is that right?
It's
moving the amendment first, councillor, and then it will become an amended substantive motion.
Beautiful. Right, let's go.
Yep. Okay.
We have a mover, yes?
Not yet.
Yes, Councillor
Councillor Baker's moved it. Yeah.
Moved it, I put it up, I moved it. Need a second.
All right. I'll put my hand up, go on.
Okay. Oh, yeah, lot number 344. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget 344.
Vested interest.
Yeah. Yeah. So Councillor... Yeah, Councillor Urquhart seconded it, yes. Okay, so we have a mover and we have a seconder. Double check. Yep.
Mr Mayor?
Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, oh yeah. Do we change the bottom one as well?
Okay, is there... Well, let's get...
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, is anyone against this amendment? No, okay. Yes, sorry.
Point of clarification through the chair.
Yes.
Being that number 2 is financial, is it not absolute?
Not at this point, because you don't actually know dollar values at this point, but that will come back to you as they lodge a DA and that's processed.
Okay, so the motion's carried. Absolute majority.
Oh, excuse me. We don't have a name of the mover in there on the screen that I'm looking at.
Oh.
Got a seconder, but no mover.
Councillor Blanco moved it.
I
so
know
she's still
that.
typing. Okay. Would you like another amendment?
Right, through the chair, I would like to make a second amendment, and that is just to include the date and the commitment to ensure that we write a letter by the end of the week, 1st of December, Friday. If we can have that added as an amendment, have it moved.
Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yep. So mover was Councillor Turner. Yep. Councillor Rebella was second for that letter.
So we'll just get the staff
Yep.
to catch up.
Councillor Turner, so what was the wording again?
The wording is simply an immediate formal letter of support to be emailed to DPLH by Friday, 1st of December.
Mover is Councillor Turner, seconder is Councillor Rebello.
Is anyone against that motion? No. Motion is carried. Who seconded? Councillor Rebello. Yep. Okay. Are there any other amendments to that motion? No? Okay. Yep. Going to move for that motion, the whole thing? Move. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Your seconder. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Thank you. Yep. All those in favour? Councillor Eckhart?
I've already raised my hand there.
Okay, thank you. Just make sure. Okay. Motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, governance. I don't need to see that screen anymore.
All right. Thank you guys for coming in. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. 1237. Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah. I want to stay. Yeah. All right, let's move on to item number 12.3.7. We have office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council advised the WAPC that it resolves them to approve the development of subject location in its recommendation that the following conditions as displayed on the screen in the agenda be applied. Can I have a mover, please? Move. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. I have a seconder, please. Is that you, Councillor? Yeah, Councillor Butson. Thank you. Is there anyone against the motion? Motion is carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors.
Through the chair.
Yes, Councillor Christensen.
Now that we've done that a few times, may I also suggest that we bring forward item 14.2, please?
14.2.
Yes, thank you. No confidence.
Yes, certainly, Councillor. 14.2. Is there a seconder for Councillor Christensen's?
Seconded. Yes, hello.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. We've got you. Is there anyone against?
I think Sven.
No, there's no one against. Okay. Okay. I don't have that on my list. 2. Where is 14.2 CO? Don't have 14.2. 40.
Can I get a
14.2.
clarification on what we have just done? Have we moved it, seconded it?
Put it forward and have it
Just brought it forward, that's all.
We have a mover and a seconder. Dealing with it next. Yep.
So we just moved and seconded to bring it forward? is
Correct.
it?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Item number 14.2.
Through the chair, I'd like to move a procedural motion.
Yes, Councillor Christensen.
I wish that the motion be deferred.
Yes. To what date, Councillor?
We'll go for a seconder first, and I'll do my speech, and then we can go forward
Okay.
from there.
All right. Is there a seconder?
So,
I'll second that.
Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Yeah, Councillor. Anyone against?
No, it goes into. Point of order through the chair.
Yep.
So go through to me to give explanation, and then we go into a vote. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that's a procedural motion. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Christensen.
So motion of deferral. I appreciate that the fellow councillors here see a reason to vote a no confidence is required to address particular issues aligned to the current motion to pave the way for our local government to progress in a manner more conducive to the interests of our community and our residents. Regrettably, I find the current motion lacking in clarity regarding the subsequent course of action the Council intends to undertake past this vote. Consequently, I seek the Council's endorsement to defer this motion to the first Ordinary Council meeting in February of 2024.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Turner. No debate. No debate. Yeah, sorry. Of course. Okay. All those in favour? 6. Yep, 6. Those against? 6-2. Motion's lost. Carried, yeah. It's carried. Motion's carried. Carried. Yeah. Okay, move on. Back to the agenda. Was it on block? No, it wasn't. Okay, 12. Okay, item number 12, reports from officers, 12.1, corporate services. We have officer's recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council, 1, received a financial statement for activity period ending 30 September 2023, as shown in attachment 1, and 2, received the material variance report shown in attachment 2, and 3, note the accounts paid under delegated authority for the period ending 30 September 2023, as shown in attachment 3, and 4, received the purchasing card statement for the period ending 30 September 2023, as shown in attachment 3 and number 4. Can I have a mover, please?
Can I have, I want some clarification and I want some info, Mr. Mayor, on some of the items in that. So creditors number 10594 for a claim of 633,000 on the 25th of the 8th, 23. Creditors number 10460, claim number 8 for a total of 481,111. Creditors number 10009. There's 2 payments there. One being 82,797 and one being 529,548. So claim 5. I'm just after some information on that. I don't know what it is. So can I get some of that info, Mr. Mayor? I'm happy to.
Can we take it on notice?
I'm happy to get the info during the week. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll get that to you. Okay.
I'll move the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Yep. Okay, 12.1.2, Statement of Financial Activity, October 2023. We have offered recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. That council, 1, received a statement of financial activity for the period ending 31st of October 2023, as shown in attachment 1, and 2, received the material variance report shown in attachment 2, and 3, note the accounts paid under delegated authority for the period ending 31st of October 2023, as shown in attachment 3, and 4, received the purchase credit card statement for the period ending 31st of October 2023, as shown in attachment number 4 and number 5. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like
Yes.
some info on that item as well.
Yes, certainly. What is that, Councillor?
We On the 13th of the 10th, 2023, we paid $86,584 to supply some fencing on Suleiman Street. I want some details on that. And also creditor number 10128, payment on the 13th of the 10th, 23 for $4,225. Could I get some details on that as well?
Yep.
And happy to move it.
Yep, we'll get that for you. Okay, no problems at all. Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Moved it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Butson. Is there anyone against the motion? Motion is carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. 12.1.3 has been done on block. 12.1.4 is on block. Those that were taken out. Yeah. 12.1.4 policy review council briefings. We have offered a recommendation before that requires a simple majority vote from council. The council adopt the amended policy 1-019 council briefing as per attachment 1. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move it with amendment.
What is your amendment, councillor?
That it states in the policy that the mayor is to be the presiding member of all council briefings, and then it goes on to say, except for the AFS, which will be chaired by the CEO. I just want that bit removed. So effectively, I want the council to chair all of our meetings. That is the amendment. And if you're happy with that, I'm happy to move it.
Councillor Blanco moved it. Councillor Butson seconded it. Is anyone against?
Clarification.
Yep.
We are talking about
so,
a amendment, correct? Not the substantive motion.
It's amendment.
It's moved with an amendment.
Yes, amendment. Yep.
Right. Can I first foreshadow then?
Yeah, certainly.
Foreshadow this motion with the officer's alternative recommendation, please.
Okay. 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 Councillor Blanco, do I speak? Yeah, that's a second. Yes.
Do we have someone against, do we? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so the policy is, you know, quite simple. Actually, I did something wrong there. I moved, what I've moved, there is two items in there. I didn't write that down. Okay, so what I have moved with the amendment is 12.1.4.1, and that is no recording. Okay.
Clarification.
Original motion.
Yes, that's what I have moved.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So, can I get a clarification?
Yes, certainly.
Are you saying that you are for the actions and outcome statement? Yes?
Attachment 1.
Attachment 1, yep.
Okay, continue.
Oh, we still got someone against, have we?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the policy speaks for itself. I don't have any issues with the policy. The only issue I have with the other one is the recording. You know, council briefings probably shouldn't be recorded. You know, there's things that happen in there that probably shouldn't be recorded on tape. The administration does take notes of our briefings. And what recording does is it stops people from speaking. That's what recording does. So when you know you're being recorded, you will not speak up, you know, or I find that people remain silent. So it is a good thing to ensure that people speak their mind in, you know, in briefings, so we all know what everyone's thinking. So that's why I would like the council to support 12.1.4.1, which basically states no recording, but also with my amendment that you know, the mayor chairs all of or the council chairs all of our meetings. We should be in control of all of our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Button. Anyone against? Yes, Councillor Christensen.
Thanks for the debate so far. So this has come up previously, and I will stand my ground on the current stance that I've made publicly before. I think although the first attachment does come with some benefits, it does detract from a lot of other things that we have tried to fix with this motion originally from the original raising of this motion. I'll answer speak to some of the points raised to date so far, and around people stop speaking and people say things they shouldn't to start with. Clearly, people will stop speaking in recorded meetings is definitely not going to be happening, considering if I look at the OCMs that we are currently taking down, we still get people come down to speak at our OCMs. We've had plenty of members' questions without notice come through this, so clearly recordings are, again, not a deterrent necessarily to stop people talking. Also, when we sit there and say people say things that they shouldn't, I really want to start cautioning councillors and going, well, if you wouldn't allow people to hear it in the public, why are we saying it in the first place? It really comes back to the core fundamentals of transparency and accountability for what we say and how we stand for our items. Previous times to this, people spoke through the concerns around how recordings will, scare away businesses, etc., for coming and sharing their confidential information. The document in attachment 2 is very clear that it will not record any meetings from people and businesses that bring in confidential information and privately sensitive information. So that, again, off the table. Again, we are only talking about recording council meetings with presentations predominantly from council employees. And I say that is because when we go back to the fundamentals of what this whole thing was brought into, it is to streamline and to track ability of all of our meetings that are run. As we can see coming into this next couple of weeks, the Christmas period is crazy and we are expected to come to many meetings. And for a key example here, we've come to a briefing where we had 18 items. We had specialties people talking. We've had a whole lot of information being shared to us that, again, I can tell you right now, I don't take 100% of it in. I would like the availability to be able to go back, replay this information at my own pace and my own time to re-key over key situations and key items that have been raised here. Second to that, and I said it before, my number one point for this is self-evaluation and continuous improvement. For many years, I've been sitting here and listening to community members sit here and say that we need to grow, we need to develop, we need to better ourselves. And I think of nothing better to do it than to have your own recall of what you say yourself, how you say it, your body language, your mannerisms. Again, your self-reflection should go through the roof when we have these availability at our hands. And again, I brought reference to it before, but I'll bring it again. We've got a member of the meeting of our group out of here today. Councillor Bennett is away on leave. Again, if we have people away and we do it regularly, a lot of times, because we have a lot of meeting times, it'd be great to have the availability, if I was away during these presentations, to actually go back and revisit this information that's been spoken about and that's been talked about. Because 9 times out of 10, if I'm not here, I rely on second-hand information from other councillors, which is not necessarily the great source of truth. We want to be educated and up to date with what we say and how we say it, and the only way we can do that is get it from the source of the truth. To me, it's a no-brainer. Again, it also make sure that we don't miss out on any details that we might have missed. I for one, am always head down trying to write notes during some of these presentations, and I always seem to forget or miss key relevant information that other people pick up. So purely from the fact that we're sitting here and saying that there's going to be risk, I do kind of understand and appreciate the fact that we have a risk with this. We do with anything we do. We have the same risk factor when we do go to the original document. So is it perfect? No. Is there some risk? 110% there's risks. But I think the conversation should be now, instead of saying no because there's risk, to understand what the risk is and ask ourselves the question, how do we mitigate that risk? You know, do we look at the likelihood? Do we look at the severity? Like, what is the risk that everyone talks about? Because we seem to talk about a lot about risk, but no one's identified what the actual risk is here, apart from the FOI, but there's no feasible information on the likelihood of that happening. There's no feasibility of the impact of that happening. So again, if people are wanting to use the risk factor behind this, please share it tonight. I'm very keen to understand everyone's understanding of what risk we face with having recordings, apart from people having to watch what they say and how they say it. So I'll leave that comment there. Thank everyone again for their participation in the debate, and again, just want to ensure that the foreshadow is still there, correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add other what Councillor Christensen's already said, but I do believe that it will be quite beneficial to all of us to able to have the recordings to fall back on, just to pick up on things that were missed or drill down onto certain key points of the briefing meetings, and going off the risk factor as well. I understand that there is risk there, but as Councillor Christensen has said, is anybody that's worried about getting picked up for something that they're saying that they shouldn't be saying, they shouldn't be saying it. And I understand where Councillor Blanco is coming from, that it does tend to make people not want to speak as much, but again, it's the same as when you come to the OCMs. You should sort of have that internal thought of what you should be saying, and then address it. And if people are worried about things getting taken out of context, out of the recordings, it's that is a risk, yes, but it's not too hard to sort of follow up with the full context as well if it is all recorded. So, yeah, that's all I really had to add. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for? Anyone else against?
Yes, please.
Yes, Councillor Urquhart.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just echoing Councillor Christensen and again Councillor Ahrens, I spoke about this the last time this came up and was, like Councillor Christensen, in favour of the second attachment with the recording, simply because if you're going on Chinese whispers, you miss out on information that may have been critical. You don't get the context in second-hand passing on of the information. If it's there and it's recorded and it's available, even if it's only available through the intranet for the elected members, then it's not out in the public domain, then the risk factor should be minimal. With regards to confidential briefings, if we have a confidential presenter, then by all means it stays in camera and does not get recorded. That is a given. But for general briefings, and I mean these OCMs are recorded and they're available for general briefings and the like, and presentations, deputations that come to us, if they're not of a confidential nature, they should be available for an elected member to go back and have a listen to just in case they've missed out on any of the nuances that came through in the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Okay, anyone else for? Anyone else against? Yes, Councillor Turner.
Previously, in past debates or conversations, I have been against recording videos, but what I can say more recently, sorry, thank you, I tend to not speak into the mic. What I can say is that a couple of things. Due to my own experience and my own work commitments recently, I have extensive travel, and I know there's been a number of important discussions which I have missed out on, and I have not, a recording of those would have been helpful to me, and I think, what we should be doing is to, in terms of the idea that people shut down and are not prepared to talk, they do that for a lot of other reasons. And so what we need to be doing is building a culture that sits in council which is respectful, which is open and transparent, so that people aren't fearful, and that includes both councillors and our hard-working staff. So Deputy Mayor Christensen may be surprised that I'm actually going to support his position this time round. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Turner. Okay, anyone else for? Anyone else against? Look, sum up.
Right, a reply. Thank you. Okay, interesting. Now, just a few comments on what was said. We should be attending our meetings and making recordings so we don't have to attend. That's really not the way. And that's not why, council members have been elected, because your job is to attend and to understand, what has been put forward. Now, this is also, you need to have a look at the bigger picture here. This is about reducing people's rights, okay? And it starts at a local government level, all right? This is where the seed gets planted. So, we start little by little recording everybody, in, council meetings, then all of a sudden it starts spreading out. And little by little, the law starts changing, and then all of a sudden everybody's been recorded. Now, you would have heard me last meeting, I think I was complaining about being monitored on the computer. Our emails being monitored and all of that sort of stuff. There's no way in the world I'm going to support this, because this is where it leads, okay? So, like I said, I don't like the idea of being monitored electronically, and I don't like the idea of people being recorded, okay? That's why we have note takers, and that's why we do it like that. And, I still believe that people will not speak their mind when they know they're being recorded, and for anyone to say that they will, they are naive. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2. All those against? 6. Yep. 6-2. Motion's lost. Yep. Councillor Christensen, your first motion?
Yes, so I'll move that, and I'll also, through the chair, if I may ask for clarification,
certainly.
Councillor Blanco, would you like to also make that amendment onto this document too? Would you like that to be continued onto the other document, attachment 2?
With that, I'll definitely be voting against this, so it's no point me putting a...
I'll also move an amendment that we that we continue the previous motion, please.
Mm-hmm. Second for that. Yep, Councillor Ritz, thank you. Anyone against? Yeah. Yeah, council, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were moving it with the amendment.
You moved with the amendment and Councillor Ritz seconded it? Yeah, okay, and Councillor Butts, yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Christensen, yep.
Don't want to bore everybody, so I'll just pretty much say ditto from my previous speech. Second to that, the only thing I will add to it is to put people's minds at ease. The administration has already highlighted some risks that were associated with the recordings and being pulled for freedom of information, and you'll see in the detail of the report where they make reference to the holding and the maintenance and management of those recordings, and it will be done via the Act. So there's actually other methods that have been done previously to this. Second to that, this council has done this previously. We've had many number of meetings recorded, and we've done it previously, not for a long time, but we had it there for a short time. So there's other controls we can put in place to ensure the safety and security of this said data. So,
okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Ritz?
Yeah, so pretty much the same. Ditto as everything before. I just want to sort of reiterate my stance on it as well, is that it's not for a reason to not have to come to the meetings. It's just for those times when you look back and trying to go through, as stated, we all go through the agendas all week, and sometimes that's just easier to go through by listening. It's very helpful going through old previous OCM meetings as well, and getting over it. It's just another way people learn and consume information. So some people it's just easier, and that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Who's one against? Yep, Councillor Blanco.
Yeah, much the same as what I said previously. I don't like the idea of being recorded, and I'm not going to agree to let anybody else be recorded. Just to comment on the system being secure. Oh, what a joke. You know, we've been hacked before, and our information was on the dark web. So, you know, as hackers, you know, are able to develop their skills, I'm sure they can get into our system again. We didn't even know anything about it until the ABC, I think, was, you know, announcing it on TV. And then we were skipping the next day. But anyway, I definitely disagree with recording anyone.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Urquhart. I can see.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just to go back to within the previous debate, Councillor Blanco mentioned that it's in his summation, his right of reply, mentioned that it could be seen as a mechanism to not attend meetings. I don't see it that way at all. There are times when you may not be able to attend a meeting. You might be in isolation through the next generation of COVID-23, or you might be, as Councillor Turner is quite frequently nowadays, on the road and unable to dial in. I mean, we had plenty of times in the last council where at least 2 of our council members were inland and unable to secure a viable link to dial in. They made every effort to dial in, but kept on dropping out. So having the recordings available for the elected members to go back can only be a good thing, regardless of how good it's going to look on the dark web.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else against? No, anyone else for? Sum up, Councillor Christensen.
Yeah, nothing much more to add. Again, much to Councillor Urquhart's point, if the people want to break into the systems of the town of Port Hedland to view our OCMs or briefings, I think we're in a bit of strife if that's what they're going to spend their time on. And again, maybe we should ask them just to send it out to the web and spread our news and spread the words that we do want to communicate, because again, I think it's positive news that will come from this, positive outcomes I'm hoping that will come from this. But second to that, I think what we need to do as a council as well is be a lot less risk averse on making decisions and going with a decision. So the positive I can show about this is, again, as quickly as we can make a decision, we can quickly overturn and overrule a decision as well if something was to happen. So again, if it doesn't work out the way that some councillors seem to think it might, then I'm more than happy to sit there and eat humble pie and say, well, yeah, I was wrong, and let's go back and go to the other alternative. So yeah, other than that, thanks for the debate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Okay, now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 6. Those against? 2. Motion's carried. Okay, so next one's here. Recruitment services. Okay, 12.3.1 regulated services. We have an office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. That Council 1 adopts the amended planning policy number 8 at Port Hedland International Airport, incorporating modifications as present in attachment 1. And 2, advertise the adopt planning policy 8 PHI in accordance with the Planning and Development Regulations 2015. And 3, rescind the local planning policy 10 highway precinct design guidelines as presented in attachment 3. And 4, advertise and rescind local policy number 10, highway precinct design guidelines in accordance with the Planning Development Regulations 2015.
I'll move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think Councillor Christian was going to...
Can we suggest an amendment also, please?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. Oh, I'll move the motion.
Well, you need a seconder. Okay. Can I get a seconder? First and seconder?
Point of order for the chair. I'm pretty sure the standing orders allow me to make an amendment at any point in time during debate, correct?
Not when it's moved. You need my permission.
Can I please get some clarification on that?
No, once the item is live, councillor, an amendment can be moved to that motion.
Okay.
So Councillor Christian can move an motion.
You can move an amendment.
Yes, amendment.
With the permission of the mover.
He can, if the mover is happy with the amendment. We haven't heard the amendment as yet, but it's he can still move an amendment.
Just so we're clear, the motion has been moved and seconded. Okay, so any amendment to the motion must be agreed to by the mover and the seconder.
I think so. I'll switch up with Tom.
Just for, through the chair, just for devil's advocate, would you like to hear the amendment before? Okay. Yeah. From Patrick? Yeah, it's the
So are we getting clarification?
We're just getting clarification at the moment. While we wait for the manager governance, I would draw your attention, councillors, to 11.9 of the standing order of amendments, which says any number of amendments may be proposed to a substantive motion, but when an amendment is moved to a substantive motion, no second or subsequent amendment is to be considered until the first amendment is withdrawn, carried or lost.
Okay.
In plain English?
So my understanding, councillor, is that amendments can be moved to the substantive motion. The substantive motion is the one that yourself and Councillor Butson have moved. Councillor Christensen is now going to move or propose an amendment to it. That will go for debate, providing he gets a seconder. And then if that amendment gets up, it gets added to the amendment, and then we debate and resolve the amended substantive motion.
Oh, okay, I disagree. The motion has been moved and seconded. Any amendment made to the motion must be agreed to by the mover That has always been my understanding of motions.
Sorry, through the chair, if you don't
Yes.
mind, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I think Councillor Blanco is referring to section 11.8, clause 11.8, I should say, of the standing orders that requires that the mover of a substantive motion may not alter the wording without consent of the seconder,
Okay.
which doesn't seem to impact on the subsequent section, which was read out by the CEO.
Yep, okay. Thank you, Tom. Okay, Councillor, do you want to hear what is the amendment?
So my suggestion is, as per the request from Patrick during the consultation, or sorry, during the public statement time, I request that we put an additional line in on the officer's recommendation, subsection 5.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Blanco.
7.3. Suggesting there is an interest to be declared, Councillor? Well, you know, I'm stating it, and you know, it's quite obvious to me that there is a timeline that is required when you work for a company before and after. Okay.
Happy to correct if that's the case, but I'm no currently longer working with the company, so I assume that that would be stopped, and I'm happy to be corrected on that.
No, my understanding is there is a time frame forward and back. Okay, obviously it's up to the member.
Oh, wow.
It's up to the member. It's up to the member, but I have pointed it out.
Again, thank you for that.
Yep.
So I'll continue. I request that subsection 5 be included on that, and as part of that, I request, as per the member has asked, that the section 5 would read something to the value of council authorised CEO or nominated person to alter table 2, item 1E, to read, after management plan full stop, the noise management plan shall consider measures to reduce disturbance to night shift workers sleeping during the day. Thank you.
Okay, read that, put that in there. Yes, Councillor Urquhart. Can't hear you, sorry.
If you're seeking a seconder for that motion from the Deputy Mayor, I'll put my hand up.
Okay, thank you. We're just adding it into the agenda now.
All right, to restate, request that we put subsection 5 onto the current officer's recommendation to read the council authorise the CEO or duly appointed person to make an amendment to table 2, item 1E, to read after management plan full stop, the noise management plan shall consider measures to reduce disturbance to night shift workers sleeping during the day. Thank you. Without the thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Okay, and Councillor Urquhart.
Mr.
You
Mayor.
seconded it? You seconded it, yeah. Okay, is anyone against that motion? Okay, Councillor Blanco. Councillor Christensen.
as far as I'm concerned, if everyone was happy to consider the officer's recommendation, I'd be interested to see how adding a sentence to an already existing document would be in any way, shape or form detrimental to the current motion at hand. So happy to wait and hear the debate and close off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen.
Could I please have some clarification, please?
Yes, certainly.
So, could I have clarification from the Director of Regulatory Services? Because as per the email that we have received, if you could please elaborate on that one line, one sentence being either added or not.
Through the chair, from an officer perspective, we believe that the current provision should suffice. However, the amendment as proposed by the Deputy Mayor does not substantially change the local planning policy. Therefore, we don't have any concerns with that being included within the with that amendment being included within local planning policy 10.
If I can clarify then, you're saying that either ways, it doesn't make a difference to the town. We would still continue to do what we are doing in this case.
Through the chair, we'd continue doing what we're doing. If we did receive an application, based on the current, what you're seeing in front of you without the amendment 5, without recommendation 5, any applications which we received close to either Port Haven, Waypoint or any other village in that area, we would be asking for a noise management plan, and that would also include a request to consider the night shift workers. The inclusion of point 5, again, just I suppose strengthens the request for that information. So from our perspective, again, we can work on this without that, but also working with it. Again, it provides that more pinpointed approach to development.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Urquhart.
Yeah, thanks very much, Your Worship. Exactly what Craig was saying, was about to say the same sort of thing. It's basically, it makes it a little more clearer for any future applications, particularly for the workforce accommodation along that roadwork around the airport. So by just adding it into the discussion points, if you like, as point 5, the amendment to add into the officer's recommendation is, again, as Councillor Rebello asked for, a point of clarification. Makes life as clear as a pint of Guinness.
Thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Anyone else against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The town planning policies have been written for a specific reason, and while we add bits and pieces to it, we may be creating issues, in the long term. We've got to consider this is an airport, so we've got planes coming in and out, and these workers' camps going to have issues with sound anyway. All right, so I don't like the idea of putting amendments to motions like this when, people don't really have an understanding of planning and what it can cause in the long term. I'm sure that our planning people, have a better understanding of it, but, we do still have planning issues that are created by the council. So it's best to stick to what the officer's recommendation is, not add anything in. And, I know BHP would like us to add little bits and pieces here and there, but, they've got a nice big camp down there, and there's other ones going down there as well, and, it seems that they don't like to play with others. But anyway, it's all good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Ritz.
Yeah, sort of just reiterating what everyone else has said as well, but just to clarify, while I somewhat do agree with Councillor Blanco's comment on it being near an airport, and we would be silly to try and reduce all of the noise in that area, but it's specific to 200 metres from the boundary of the nearest accommodation, so it's sort of, in my mind, it's anything that's happening close to hotels or service departments or accommodation, which I think it's a perfectly respectable question or request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Renz. Anyone else for? Against? Sorry, I was against. Anyone else for? You'd like to sum up? Councillor?
I'd like to ask.
Oh, sorry.
So I'd like to ask then, are we setting some sort of a precedent with this? And I'm just asking.
For the directed.
Through the chair, not really. As I said before, the current provision requires provision of a noise management plan. This addition, again, I suppose, pinpoints it more to include at all times the night shift workers, which are, as Councillor Arentz mentioned, this is in relation to developments which are in the 200 metres of the camp area. So for the majority of the airport, it won't apply or won't be of significance.
Does that clarify? Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else against? Anyone else for?
Oh, we were at the summing up point, Your Worship.
Yes, we are now, yes. Summing up now, yes. Councillor.
Yep, thanks again to everyone for the debate. Always good to get down here and listen to everyone's thoughts and opinions on it. Again, I'm comfortable with the request that's come through and hearing from the director of that area. Again, if there's anyone I can trust, it'll be a director of the area in which dives into this. And again, I'm not sitting here trying to trick anybody to believe that I'm understanding any bit of the town planning and the detail of that maze that is. So again, happy to trust the words of the people we hire to provide us that information. So again, happy to leave it where it sits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. We'll now put it to the vote. Okay, all those in favour? Six. Okay, all those against? 6-2. Amendment is carried. Yep.
Check with Councillor Blanco. He was the mover
On
of the original motion. It's now an amended substantive motion. Do you still wish to move that motion?
Oh, yeah, I've got no choice now. I'll have to move it.
Okay. Is there anyone against?
We've already have a second.
You have a second already.
See who's against.
Yep. Oh, carried. Thank you. Okay, we're up to now. What other one do we? I have no idea. 1233?
1232, you've dealt with 1233.
1233? That's the next one's not on the visitor centre. Okay, yep. Okay, 12.3.3, Visitor Centre Annual Report 2023. We have two offers of recommendation before us. Recommendation 1 requires a simple majority vote that Council receives a quarter reports for the Port Hedland Seafarers Centre, Inc. for the management of the Port Hedland Visitor Centre.
I'll move that motion, Mr Mayor.
Mr Blakey, can you please let me read the motion for the new councillors?
Okay.
Thank you. For the period ending 1st of July 2022 to the 30th of June 2023, and 2, receive the notes for the 2022-2023 annual report for the Port Hedland Seafarers Centre, Inc. for the management of the Port Hedland Visitor Centre. Can I have a mover, please?
Yeah, I'll
Councillor
move it, Mr.
Blanco.
Mayor.
Thank you. May I have a seconder, please?
Excuse me, Mayor. Just there it says to the 31st of June. Is there only 2 days, 30 days in June, not 31?
Thank you.
Happy to make that administratively. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Eckhart didn't get that.
Yeah, Councillor
Oh, he did. He had his hand up. Don't you worry about it.
Sure.
Yeah, too late, bud.
That's all right. Councillor Butts is well trained.
That's right. So Mr. Blanco's seconder. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Turner, thank you. Is anyone against that motion? Motion's carried, absolute majority, thank you. Okay, the second recommendation requires absolute majority vote. The council approved the deed of variation management agreement for the Port Hedland Visitor Centre with amendment to include a KPI relating to hours of operation based on the current contract deliverables and KPI for the period for 4 months ending the 31st of August 2020, 31st of October 2024 for a fee of $132,730 excluding GST to be included in the 2024-25 budget. Can I have a mover, please? Move it. Thank you, Councillor Butson. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Rentz. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. We can move on to 12.3.4, the Port Hedland Visitor Centre Review 2023. We have officer recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council, 1, endorse the visitor centre and visitor service review undertaken by Economic Translisteners. And 2, the Port Hedland Visitor Centre is to remain at 13 Wedge Street, Port Hedland, for the interim unless an alternative location identified and supported by the town and a third-party operator. And 3, the management of the Port Hedland Visitor Centre to remain outsourced to a third-party operator. And 4, the management of the digital visitor services, destination marketing and relation to function is to proceed to in-house management beyond the current contract. And 5, delegate the CEO and the delegated to undertake a public tender process to source the suitable operator for the Port Hedland Visitor Centre for commencement cessation for the contract of the Port Hedland Peace Memorial Seafarers Centre. And 6, the CEO undertakes necessary land use planning at the Spallbank Marina Precinct to accommodate future iconic visitor attraction. And 7, the CEO develop a detained design concept and costings to enhance the interior of the Port Hedland Visitor Centre for consideration within the 2024-25 budget process. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Move, thank you, Councillor Blanco. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Butson.
Through the chair, if I may, can
Yes,
I please request a foreshadowed motion?
Yes, certainly, Councillor.
And the foreshadow will be opposite of recommendation 1 with 6 and 7 removed, please.
Is there a seconder? Oh, Councillor Button, seconder, yes. Yep. Yep. Okay, Councillor Blanco, what's it about? You're the mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, the motion speaks for itself. It's a review that we've taken into the activities of the visitor centre, and hang on a sec. Let me get my spot here. It's a review that will come back to council for further consideration before anything's decided as well on any of the items. So the 24-25 budget process will give us the opportunity to apply any funding or any proposals on the development or anything that the council doesn't like in relation to 6 and 7. So I don't see why the council would object to this. It can object to something like this at a later stage. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Button.
I'm in agreement with Councillor Blanco that the 6 and 7 is actually, if anything has to change, it will come back to council and be discussed with all of us prior to making a further decision. And as he said, it'll be put into budgets in next year. So I just accept what he's proposed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Butler. Anyone against? Yep, Councillor Christensen.
While I don't deny that the fact that we will get a second bite of the cherry if it does come back to us, I draw reference to I guess the valuable time and effort of our administration staff. Right now, I see this as a very pigeonholing sort of exercise. Again, the motion only calls for one location to be taken into consideration. I think we need to start to think of this as a holistic picture here. We've just committed to allowing the visitor centre to go through a tender process to hold its current location. Yes, that there is a stipulation that it may move, but I would love to see a holistic approach on the visitor centre for our town as a whole, Port and South Hedland. It's been frank discussion, but very vague and very fleeting discussion. I'd really like to see us, before we go through the concept designs, because again, I don't agree the concept designs for the current location is acceptable, if we are planning on moving the location. Again, we're going to retrofit a location that we're pretty much saying is going to be obsolete in a year or two, if not earlier. So my thought process on this is purely just to go, while I appreciate the intent of it is, again, much to the conversation so far, that it will come back to us. Vice versa, if the administration change them, if we seem to see it fit going forward, we can always ask for another report to be given to us in the coming months, if so called. But I bring to attention as well the absolutely chock-a-block full section of our capital portfolios that we've currently committed to, that we are talking about changing as well. I think this might be a perfect opportunity to park this and then bring that into the greater conversation that needs to be had before we start to cherry pick these locations and put more work onto our administration that might change into the future. And again, that's just my personal opinion. Again, happy to take that as it comes with the other councillors, so thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Urquhart.
Yeah, much along the same lines as Deputy Mayor Christensen has said. Points 1 to 5 are self-evident. That's what we need to get moving with the visitor centre and with the seafarers, etc. Point 6 and 7, I think we could probably do without at the moment, as my learned councillors have said. It can and will come back to us down the track anyway with the budget review and the budget process for 23, 24, 24, 25, etc. I think the whole motion, the recommendation 1, would sit better, points 1 to 5, omitting points 6 and 7. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Is there anyone else for? Anyone else against? I'd like to sum her up. Rebecca?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like most of you have said, the motion speaks for itself. I don't see any issues with 6 and 7. I think, we should investigate that. It's going to come back to council for another decision anyway. So let's put it to a vote.
Okay, put it to a vote. Okay, all those in favour? Oh, sorry. Those against? I can't see Councillor. Is he? Okay, he's fun there. Okay, it's carried. Thank you. All right, what's next? 1, 2, 3, 1236. Business park plans. Not the one we're up to. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, 12.3.6. Kimford Smith Business Park Plan 2023 for major land transaction. We have office recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority vote. That Council, 1, notes that the business plan for the major land transaction Kimford Smith Business Park Stage 2 as advertised in accordance with section 3.59 of the Local Government Act 1995. And 2, adopts a business plan for the major land transaction Kimford Smith Business Park Stage 2 and proceed to elements of the business plan. And 3, authorise the CEO to dispose of the land outlined in the business plan for the major land transaction Kimford Smith Business Park Stage 2 in accordance with section 3.58-3 of the Local Government Act 1995. And 4, directs that any profits for the sales of the lots be held in reserve for future facilities, infrastructure and subdivision of Kingsford Smith Business Park. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Councillor Blanco. I have a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Butson. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. Number 13, item number 13. New business of urgent nature. There is nil. Item number 14, the previous notice which has been given. We have before us one motion of notice, which is item 14.1. A notice of motion is submitted by Mr Blanco and is actioned. Is that the one? That's right, yeah. Will rescind the previous resolution of the council. Such a decision must be made via absolute majority decision and be signed by at least 3 councillors under Regulation 10 of the Local Government Act, Administration Regulation 2016. The notice was signed by Councillor Blanco, Councillor Butson and Councillor Arentz. Yep.
Are you after a mover?
After a mover, yes.
Obviously, I'll move it.
Yep, of course. And seconder? Councillor Butson. Okay, anyone against?
Point of clarification.
Yep.
So are we
talking about 14.1.1?
So correction is the mover
Councillor Blanco
for the officer's recommendation or the revoke?
I did see both motions in there, and I really don't have an issue with either one of them. So,
for assistance purposes, councillors, we put some wording there in terms of item 1 and 2, revoking and then withdrawing the DA.
okay, so
As long as you're happy with that, if not, go with
yeah,
your own wording.
well, whichever one the council wants to move, I'm happy to move each one. We end up with the same result.
Okay, those are the ones. Yep.
I think the council would probably much rather move the other one that's on the screen, not this one.
Tom, can you turn the page?
Yeah, 14.1, yeah.
Was that taken out?
No, I'm not quite sure why.
So that's alternative motion.
Just reference, so my confusion is the fact that we've got 14.1.1 also tabled, so just want to clarify that we're moving 14.1, not 14.1.1, because that's a completely different.
The home-based business.
For clarification purposes, councillors, when the notice of motion was received from Councillor Blanco, and that's what's on the screen at the moment as it was received, I think the officers tried to assist by putting the motion in 2 points, one to revoke the previous decision from August and one to then withdraw the DA. The other motion in the officer report at 14.1.1 is, if you like, an alternate recommendation based on the officer's advice.
Okay, so if you can't make a decision, I'll move the motion on the screen. Oh, yeah.
So to kill a bit of time through the chair, if I may, can I also foreshadow the motion, please?
Or shadow the one at 14.1.1, the officer recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So can I assume you're against, Councillor Christensen?
Yep.
Okay. Debate, Mr. Mayor.
Can I just quickly say, jump in before you start any debates, that whilst I can't see the screen, I'm assuming that we're now going with alternate motion with points 1 and 2. Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Blanco.
Okay, so we're moving the motion on the screen. Do we have a seconder? Or?
Councillor Butson.
We're
Councillor
so
Butson.
we've got one against. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'll talk a little bit about the process leading up to today. And the motion to revoke Gibson Close at the 1st of November 23 was pulled out of the agenda by the admin. The authority to revoke the original motion, must be agreed to by the mayor according to my interpretation of the standing orders. And I did ask for that info and I didn't receive it. So what you see in the agenda tonight is a notice of motion that I put up to put the motion again to the council to revoke. Now, we've been told that we can't put motions forward at a council meeting unless the subject is within the agenda. And in relation to what's in the agenda content. So I disagree with that, as I have disagreed with a lot of stuff. The council should be aware of what that precedent sets. And that is that basically you can't put notice of motions up to direct the administration unless the subject is actually in the agenda. That's my interpretation of what has happened here, okay? And I vehemently disagree with that because we effectively lose, the power that we have as a council by allowing that sort of behaviour to happen, okay? So what I need you to do is think about that and do your own research and understand what's actually happened here. Okay, so the council has put a motion forward in November and it was voted on unanimously by everybody and then it was revoked. What does that mean? Okay, think about that. So the Gibson Close, this has been a subject of review and contention, for a few months now. And while the officer's recommendation states that, there's not enough evidence to revoke the motion, there are issues with the item and the way the item was presented to the council. That's quite clear in my opinion. And it's obvious that when no investigation is done, then no evidence is going to be found. But when we find information, that's been withheld within the agendas, and then again, following concerns from the public, it seems that, there's some sort of cover-up going on here to minimise any reputational damage to the administration, yet the administration is quite happy to suggest the fault lay with the council, stating that they received all that the council has received all the information relevant to the approval. the evidence was provided to the admin and the council about the request for sex at the business in Gibson Close. And the advert was issued to the council through, which clearly indicated, it was a happy house for men. Past council members have stated that they did not know about the complaint submitted by the member of the public that specifically stated it was a brothel. And they were not issued with the email trail and advertising that stated this was a brothel. But the mayor approved the media release suggesting the council knew. So either the council members, some council members are privy to all of the documents and the evidence and some are not, or someone's not being truthful when it comes to the interaction with council members, the public and the media. And for the council to remain unresponsive to the public's demand after, they were presented at council meetings with the evidence that they've compiled, it's a sad indictment on the ability of the council to represent the needs and the standards of Headland residents. And I might add here that, while I'm reading this, I'm thinking that, because there's been an objection to the motion, I'm talking about this, but really we're all going to be agreeing, with it in the end, okay? So, if council members actually knew what was going on, they would probably say, geez, let's just agree to it and get it, get it done so nobody's talking about, this again, in the public eye. The administration, is suggesting that there's no evidence, but I've been told by members of the community that they've used the service at the place, okay? So obviously they're not going to come to a council meeting and share their sexual conquests with the town in a public meeting. That would turn the live stream into a peep show. And the only way that you can get the evidence the administration wants is to make an appointment and film the engagement. And that would end up being a porn show. And also, it's an illegal act, considering brothels or prostitution is not legal as a business in a residential area. And it's quite legal in a commercial, we've had it in industry, which is Wedgfield or light industry, so it's quite legal there, But residential, no. So our job as council members is to interact with the public and bring those concerns to the council for discussion and decision. And when it conflicts with the administration's direction, that's when we come in and, make some decisions. So I don't think the administration's been neutral on this subject. It's clear to me from what I've seen that, we've had some restriction in certain information. The admin has released media that suggests the council members knew about the intricate details in the complaint, and they clearly did not. If council members do nothing about this conduct, you effectively are agreeing that this sort of behaviour is your standard and you're happy with it to continue. In relation to the legal advice, some of you, sometimes you got to have the fight, okay? And in relation to something like this, I think, if you have a problem with, somebody objecting and then getting, taking legal actions, I think, we're well within our rights to, go hard in this situation. So I totally discount the legal aspect of it. We should be representing the community and making the best decisions for them. If that means we've got to go legal, well, that's what we do. So in relation to the item, it specifically states that we need reasons for revoking. So I'm stating the business conducted at the premises is inconsistent with the town planning scheme. The business conducted at the premises is not in line with the council's values. And the evidence supplied by the public shows the business is working outside the approvals granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Councillor Button.
I actually agree with Councillor Blanco that we do have to do something about it, and obviously whether there's been something's happened in administration where people haven't been given it. There is a few councillors that said that they didn't receive it, and unfortunately went to council and it was approved without all the knowledge, and I think we do need to revoke it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Button. Anyone else against? Councillor Christensen.
A lot to take in. A little bit concerned around the conversations around no investigations done. As far as I'm aware, the town's conducted multiple investigations on the property. Those investigations found nothing of substance to be able to back up the claims. Also further, a little bit concerned about, we talk about throwing away the legal advice and yet say in the same sentence as for the best of the community. I think we need to be very careful with, again, I've been known very well around the town that I'm good for picking a fight with, on items and concerns within the town. But I think we need to come back to reality here, where it says very clearly, offers a recommendation with legal advice already received, saying that there is insufficient evidence to be able to support the conversation in relation to removing a small business's right to operate in the town. The town is very clear in saying that they understand it's illegal to run a brothel within inside the town boundaries. They've done that via the inclusion of stipulations within inside the development application. So I don't think you've got any argument that, again, if there was sufficient evidence here, that would happen. We draw on the conclusive evidence that's been mentioned. I'll draw a very clear fact that the text messages state a street name, not a location of a residence. So in my mind, that's circumstantial at best. So I think what we need to be doing is, again, looking at what the officer's recommendation is from 14.1.1, where it does state there, request that the CEO continue to conduct investigations as recommended. Again, it's the council here is not saying that we're supportive of the claims that have been made and the accusations that have been made. They've clearly stated that there's nothing they can do currently from a legal standpoint currently right now. And not just that, they're willing to keep on pursuing it and ensure that we're getting the right things happening. Again, I'm a little bit apprehensive to make actions to close down businesses on evidence that clearly states from a legal point of view is circumstantial or insufficient in their words. So I'll leave it there, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else for?
I would just like to have a point
Sorry,
of clarification. I would like just a point of clarification. Has it not been that the people from Gibson Close have also now gone and dobbed other people in on Captain's Way?
I'm unaware of that.
Through the chair.
Sorry, yes.
If we had to go by the standing orders, point of clarification is on the point of debate. So can we please bring it back to debate?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that's okay. It's fine. Okay, anyone else against? Yes, Councillor Urquhart.
Thank you very much. Look, a lot of the stuff that's been brought to us at public question time, public statement time, that's been distributed around the place, it's been brought up by members of this council, at best is circumstantial. There's a lot of hearsay. Councillor Blanco, in his opening statements with the motion, did mention that there's, the only way we can do this is to go in there and film it, in which case that would go straight through to entrapment, which would be thrown out of any legal proceedings. So, I mean, we are in that place that people like to say, between the rock and the hard place. We've given the development application the tick based on what was presented to us. Since then, we've had a lot of information, whether it be fact or fabricated, nobody knows, because it's, as I said, it's hearsay or circumstantial at best. There's no actual evidence, and that's been borne out by the officer's recommendation 14.11. All right, we need to be seen to be proactive, not reactive. By revoking it, we are being reactive, and we're not necessarily going to get the right outcome. I mean, the right outcome ultimately probably will be to close it down, but we need to be doing it for legal reasons, that they are going against all the guidelines that were given on the development application approval.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Is anyone else for? Anyone else against?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to echo the comments by Deputy Mayor Christensen and Councillor Eckhart. My concern is around some of the language that has been used to describe the problem. The idea that there's some sort of cover-up being driven by the administration, I think, is just outrageous. It's quite clear that the administration has done an investigation, and it's clear that there's insufficient evidence to substantiate the allegation. So, you know, the idea that you would prosecute this via the chamber floor by the community without, you know, any statutory investigation either by the council itself or, dare I say, by the police. You know, if people have got a complaint or they've got evidence, guess what, of criminal activity, you make their report to the police. You know, that's a pretty basic premise. I mean, that's how, yeah, and the idea that, yeah, and again, I just reiterate the point that I find it really offensive that somehow we would imply that this administration is, you know, undertaking a cover-up or hiding information. That's just unacceptable. So that's my point. And I will finish it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner. Anyone else for? No. Anyone else against? No. I'd like to sum up. Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. None of my comments are out of order. We're in debate, and we're debating an item, and that's all there is to it. This is a planning matter. This is not a criminal investigation, and you know, even if the people in the street reported this to the police, the police would tell you that it's a planning matter. So, you know, I think we need to apply a little bit of common sense here. And, you know, the people that have told us about this, you know, are the residents and the people that you represent. And when they see something wrong, they come and tell us. And when you continue to ignore their requests, then, you know, they lose faith in the council. Now, in that street, there's only, you know, 6 houses. So, you know, it's quite obvious. You know, there's not many houses in there because I know all of the people there except one. So, you know, I know that people are telling the truth. And if you think they're not telling the truth, well, you know, that's your prerogative. But the right outcome is to shut it down and to remove the approvals. And what will happen is they'll just move somewhere else, and we'll be having this conversation again. So, you know, do the right thing and support the motion to remove it. Thank you.
That's all. Okay, thank you. We'll now put it to the vote. Okay, all those in favour? 3. All those against? 5. Yep. Motion's lost. That's it. Excuse me. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Excuse me. Excuse me. Keep your voice down in the chamber, please. I'll remove you, okay? Keep your voice down. Thank you.
Councillor Christensen foreshadowed the officer recommendation.
That's right, yes. So Councillor Christian moved it.
He's moving the officer
Recommendation, yes. Is there a second there for Councillor Christian's recommendation? Councillor Turner. Oh, Councillor Urquhart, yeah. 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 Is anyone against? Okay. Councillor Christensen.
I don't want to go back through and rehash what's already been said. I think the officer's recommendation, as a lot of councillors have said previously, speaks for itself. Again, not an easy debate, not one of the, I guess, resting on the laurels. Again, the only thing I can give confidence in is, again, as per Section 2, request the CEO continue to conduct investigations. It's pivotal to understand that we as council take a holistic approach to decisions and discussions made. With these discussions, we weigh up all the pros and all the cons, and again, it's very hard to go against legal advice that states very clearly that there's more information required to act. So, not apologising for decisions made and for the stances drawn here. Other than that, again, I'll suggest that again, it's councillors around the table now. The revoke's done, and this motion will draw some more chances to, if this is happening, to try and find out what is happening and go further into the investigation. So, leave it for other conversations and see where it goes.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Turner.
Well,
sorry, Ika. Sorry. Sorry, what?
So easily we forget. Look, one of the things you learn when you come onto council is this level of acceptance. Now, we can't necessarily accept that what is going on behind closed doors at 5 Gibson Close is actually what they said they were going to be doing. That the amount of chatter around it will certainly support that, and I'm sure Councillor Blanco will agree with that. However, we also need to have a level of acceptance where if we lose our pitched battle amongst the debate, we need to accept and move on to the next item of business. This is the next item. This is still the same premises, and it is the next course of action for us to take. If something is against the planning application and they're not complying with all the provisions as set out when the approval was given, then the CEO's investigations will, I'm sure, bear that out, and in time we can remove by rights, by following through the procedures, the approval for the massage premises at 5 Gibson Close.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't understand what Councillor Christensen said about the revoke is done. It's not done. It was dismissed by the council. Now, much the same as what you've been saying about evidence, or the council has been saying about evidence, and how the people haven't got the evidence, and we don't know because it's behind closed doors, and the rest of the rubbish that I've heard. How is the administration then going to find out what's going on? They're not, unless they bust down the door. So there you have it. You haven't supported a motion to revoke, and you've created a situation that allows an illegal business to operate from that premises. Good job, council.
Okay, anyone else for?
Yes, I would like to actually have to say something. I said that all through the meeting tonight, it's always been stressed about the extra workload that the staff have to do. So are we going to add more load on, and how long is this investigation going to take before someone comes to something?
Good, thank you, Councillor Butson. Okay. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Like to sum up? Councillor Christensen.
I guess it was brought to me and asked how I can say the revoke is done, and that was just merely pointing at the fact that we've just had the revoke conversation by way of diplomacy. The council has spoken. Now, we've got all these rules about adverse reflection on decisions made. Now, this is where we as a council need to start to be able to trust one another as a collective to make decisions here. Now, regardless to sniggering in the crowd and regardless to what everybody seems to think, again, it comes down to the fact that a decision was made on the night, and I don't take kindly to, suggesting that again, it's job well done by the council. Again, it brings even more disrespect to the decisions made by council. And again, this is what the community keep telling us to get out of the media, get out of the front of the group. Have these hard conversations, frank conversations, and I welcome that. I usually be the first one to sit there and upset some people usually. Frank conversations are great, but again, they need to be done with a purpose and moving forward and to develop and grow. Again, we sit here and say that, theoretically, what I'm hearing is, again, if it's good for the pub test, we should run with it. Well, I bring up the basic premises of procedural fairness. There's two sides of a story, and unfortunately, we can't necessarily just side with one because it's community based. We've got to take a whole consideration that small business is still community. Again, I commend the organisation and the administration for doing what they can do and keep bringing it up and not resting on laurels to go. Again, it could have been easy to say, okay, what's done is done and off we go. We're still putting things forward to try and see, again, how can we manage this? How can we make sure the community are happy with the decisions moving forward? And again, I don't apologise for making these hard decisions. And again, I don't suggest that anyone would want to be sitting in these chairs making these decisions. But again, we're the lucky 9 that get to make these decisions. And I thank everyone for the debate tonight. And again, thanks for the debate, and the motion will be what the motion will be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. So we now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Five. Yep. All those against? 3. Motion's carried. Okay, item number 15 for the meeting which may be closed. Conflict of matters there is nil. I'll now put it, before we just close out, I want to go to Councillor Urquhart who wants to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To yourself, to the Chief Executive, to all the staff and to all the councillors that I've had the privilege of working with over the last 2 and a bit years, I'd like to say thank you. It's been a journey. It's one that I wish I could have been able to complete and perhaps potentially go into a second term. Sadly, circumstances prevented me from doing that. I'd like to also thank the community of Port Hedland for showing faith in me 2 years ago and putting me in the position to represent you. I leave you with a heavy heart that I've had to leave Port Hedland, but I wish you nothing but the best of success in the future. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Urquhart. Your time on council was very rewarding. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Item number 16, closure. 16.1. The date of the next council meeting. The next Uru Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, the 13th of December 2023, commencing at 5:30 p.m. 16.2 closure. Being there no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 9:55 p.m. I'd like to thank councillors, members of the public, CEO and staff for their attendance. Thank you.